To the second day of the EC2U Living Labs networking. And welcome. Welcome to. Here we go. We have a bit of a sound problem here, so we're back. So with the sound in the room. So yeah, thank you very much all for being here. We have a great lineup of speakers this morning with Melania from Barcelona, from Ella from Turku or Finland, and Rūta from Vilnius, and José Francisco from Castilla y León, that's here in the room. So thank you very much all for being here, and I'm going straight to present Melania, which is a psychologist, and she works at cluster SIVI. She will tell us what SIVI is, I guess, and she will tell us about Aldehuela, a living lab that they have in Zamora, about 50 kilometers away from Salamanca, where we are. Melania will share your presentation, and you're on screen now, and so I think you have sound, so whenever you want you can go ahead.
Okay, I will share my presentation. Or you will do it?
No, you'll share, you shall control, okay. And you will see it. That way you have control.
I can hear myself in
yes, in the room and in...
I mean, there's like an echo. I don't know if it's...
We'll have to turn the mics. Okay. Yeah, well, what about now? Yeah.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, exactly. So put it on presentation mode and we'll go.
Okay, so hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us. As Ricardo said, I will tell you a bit about our innovation and technology hub, Aldehuela, but first, and Living Lab as well, because it's united. But first, I wanted to explain a bit about Cluster SIVI, who we are, what we do, and then I will go further with the presentation about the hub. So Cluster SIVI comes from Innovative Solutions for Independent Life. We are a cluster that was created in 2013 in Castilla y León, in Valladolid, and it's a national cluster with a main focus in the region of Castilla y León. We are the only cluster in the health sector in Spain directly oriented to social services in the field of dependency and care that deploy the great potential of Technology Center on the person, in this way contributing to the social and economic development of this territory. We are made up of 74 entities that are covering the entire value chain of this care ecosystem for people, and we include civil society, technology and research centers, private companies, and public administration, trying to collaborate or to get all together with a very strong representative of public and private sector. Here you have a map of our ecosystem divided in these 4 categories of institutions. As you can see, the main representation of the partners is in the category of third sector organization. We have pretty a lot of foundations, hospitals, residencies, and this kind of institution who have people with different kind of needs, and we try to address these needs within the university environment and also technology companies that bring the solutions to their needs. What we do. So in the cluster, we try to make available new and better services that are supported by a digital transformation process that this way can complement and facilitate the professional care. The main fields that we address in our work are independent life, active and healthy aging, demographic change, and silver economy and mental health and health as well. And what we do is we really try to connect these different types of actor all together and to facilitate the collaboration, also by providing the personalized training to the needs that they present. We organize events and also participate in the events as a cluster, and also inviting interested partners to participate as well. We participate in national and international projects that are focused on the topics of our ecosystem. And we collaborate in different European and national networks focused on health and independent living. Here you can see some of the logos of the networks that we form part of. So as I mentioned before, one of our activities is organization of events. We have one very important for our ecosystem and for the region event that is called FITECU. FITECU comes from International Fair for Technology and Innovation in the care sector. We so far had two editions that we have celebrated, one in 2023 and another one this year. It's a biannual event that is centered in Zamora. First, it was in the Zamora province, in a small village, and now it was in Zamora city, so that we can really bring the relevant actors and representatives of that sector to the center of the need of the care sector that we believe is Castilla y León in Spain. Coming to the hub, La Aldehuela. So the hub, first of all, it's important to mention that it's promoted by a regional government of Castilla y León, and we as a cluster, we collaborate by managing that space and coordinating it. It is based in Zamora as well, and it's a multi-purpose space that facilitates work meetings, presentations, events, workshops, all type of co-creation meetings that can facilitate the exchange of experiences, knowledge, and collaboration. And on the other hand, we also have their office area where some of our partners, some of the companies or foundation are installed there and work directly from there. And here on the right side of the screen, you can see also the logos of some of the companies that are working directly from there. Here are some photos of how it looks like from the outside, so that you can have a broader image of it. And this is the map, so that you can also see it a bit in the infrastructure from the inside. So on the top of the screen, you can see that Living Lab is also united to that space. You can see also here all the companies that are implemented there, and there in the first floor you can see the meeting rooms and also the companies that are working directly from there. So the mission behind the hub is mainly providing the networking activities, training activities, communication, action, and establishment and collaboration of the entities that are based in that space. And going directly to the Living Lab now. So the Living Lab aims to innovate and develop technology that supports continuity of care and applied participatory and empowering approach. So all of that we are trying to reach by marketing the technologies that are implemented in there, that by disseminating them, by bringing the technology transfer and addressing the future trends and also applying them inside. In this way, we also try to facilitate the research and investigation environment within participatory techniques and co-creation, always having the user in the center of it. And finally, we also try to provide consultancy and technology developments for external projects. All of that we want to comply by following these four main values, let's say. First one is awareness raising, where we really want to reach to the citizen of Zamora. We want to make them being aware of what type of opportunities they have in that sense, in that sector, and we want to really address their needs as they should be. And then by co-creation and collaboration within our quadruple helix, we really want to also promote the user center and sustainable design, explore ideas and different perspectives. And by validation, we believe that within this simulation of real life scenario in a control environment, which is the user that have the access to the technology and can try it on himself, and also the professional, we can evaluate the technology better and make them more accessible and more visible by also demonstrating them within this exhibition area, which is the Living Lab itself. As I mentioned before, we facilitate also different types of trainings for professionals, users, and for general public. These ones are some of the examples that we have planned for this year, so you can have a bit broader idea of what type of thematics it covers. So here you can see that it's social and therapeutic gardening, because we also have a garden within the Living Lab, immersive technology training, mobilization and transfers training, environment monitoring, and awareness and empathy. So these are all very complementary areas of training that we believe are all important to cover different type of needs within the implementation of the technology for both user and the profession. And at the end, I also wanted to present you some of the examples of the technology that we have within the Living Lab. They are divided for different categories and for different type of spaces within that Living Lab. So first, there is a entrance and a hallway, and there you can find a virtual assistant that is welcoming and mapping a user in the space. There's also different type of immersive technology solutions implemented. One of them is a virtual reality platform aimed to promoting emotional well-being and trains cognitive functions by different types of activity within the VR. There is also mobility support. There are some mobility support products. Some of them are smart walker that facilitates walking with by, for example, making it easier to walk on the slopes, or has this automatic braking system that makes it more easy to stop, or also a social healthcare exoskeleton aimed to reducing musculoskeletal injuries caused by the mobilization of dependent individuals. There is also a professional empathy support product, which is very interesting. It's kind of an aging empathy simulation suit that when you put it on, you can empathize a bit with a person, with an elderly person, by actually feeling how it is to, when it comes to mobility impairments, hearing or vision impairments. And finally, there is also a social 100% autonomous robot that is there with a person to assist her at home environment and connect a bit with her, complying different kind of functions. In the living room, there is a robotherapy product, such as, few therapeutic dolls designed to provide emotional comfort and well-being by bringing a bit of caring environment and fighting with the loneliness with the person. Health support products, one of them is a therapeutic robotic pillow that helps to fall asleep by regulating the breathing. Then there is another mobility support product such as a rotating care bed that can change into a chair to help with standing up or laying down. And another one is a visual support product, which is super innovative for me. It's like a smart glasses based on AI that by putting them on, it scans what it sees and it can change the text for a speech or call a companion. It can describe the scene or help finding people. And then there is another social robot that is more created to help in the cognitive rehabilitation. In the kitchen, there is a environmental monitoring solution installed inside that helps monitoring all type of risks that can happen there. Within the platform, tablet, smartwatch, and sensors, it makes that function. And whenever something dangerous happens, it is calling to the assistant of that person. Then within the assistive product for ADLs, there is smart induction cooktop, which is connected with the voice commands. By the voice commands, it starts working. And another one is a kit for cutlery use that facilitates autonomy in eating for people with cerebral palsy and related disabilities. And the last one is communication support product, which is a speaker connected with a clock and Alexa. In the bathroom, there is also this environmental monitoring solution, the same one that in the kitchen. And assistive products for ADLs are a smart toilet that helps with the hygiene of a person, has cleaning functions, and also makes it easier to access it. And another one is a smart shower that adapts to the autonomy level of a person, and it wets the user, applies soap, and dries hard to reach areas. Almost last one is a sensory therapy area, which has two types of solutions inside. Immersive technology solution, which is a immersive projector that projects images and videos onto the walls, ceilings, or floors to create an immersive and multisensory environment. And within the multisensory technologies, there is a therapeutic chair, which you can see on the picture, which is a rocking chair designed to provide vestibular stimulation and promote relaxation. And the other one is a scent and color machine that includes various lights, elements, sensory features, and aromatherapy. And the last one is the garden that I already mentioned before. That is a very relaxing space within the lab, which is just outside of it, and well, it is aimed to bring also a bit of sensory stimulation, and within all the light and flowers, and also a fountain, for example, that you can find inside. Well, the person can relax herself and also make different types of workshops. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Melania?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So I'll open the. If there's some questions here in the audience, if someone wants to. We had yesterday a presentation from Marion, which was very similar in a way, dedicated to health on a different, and maybe we can see that. And I asked her one question, and maybe you don't know, and I'll ask you the same. And Santiago is already here. Do you know how much this costs and how unique this is in Spain?
Well, I actually was thinking if you might ask it, and I also checked it before. So I asked my colleague who is working more directly with the lab. So as you know, the space, as I also already mentioned, is financed by the government of Castilla y León, not by cluster SIVI. And the budget that was initial for creating the space was 150,000 euro, And then there's each year the funding that helps to sustain it and to implement technologies which also come from a bit different types of funds. Well, the base was 150,000.
Well, congratulations with that number. And how unique is the space in Spain?
How unique?
Mm-hmm. So if you know of other places which could be similar, or, what is the closest benchmark that we have in Spain? Do you know?
Honestly, since I'm also pretty new in that, I'm also not Spanish. I'm trying to, and I'm not directly working there because, as you mentioned, I work in Barcelona. But I think it's pretty innovative, to be honest, in that health care sector, not just health sector, because as I mentioned, there is not so much focus in that aspect of needs, let's say. So I think it's pretty innovative, and I also think the technologies that we implemented there are very from the latest trends, let's say. And yeah, we actually just inaugurated it with the Fiteku fair that we celebrated in February, just opened recently.
Well, thank you very much. Since we're running a bit of late, it will be nice to keep on talking. I'm sure we can do a lot of things together. But I wanted to check that there's no one else wanting to have a question, so I'll pass on to José Francisco in the room. That's in the room. Thank you. You can stay on if you can. Will be very welcome, and we'll pass on to José Francisco. He's the representative of the Institute of Competitiveness and Innovation, ICECyL, here in Castilla y León and Salamanca, and he's going to tell us a bit about Wolaria. So he's well known to everyone here. So go ahead. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to University of Salamanca. Thank you so much to the partners of the consortia, and of course, thank you to all the people listening here on the floor and listening on stream. My presentation is, you will find some similarities. You will find some nexus points with the previous presentation, and the name is very clear. Wolaria. What is Wolaria? I work for the Institute for Business Competitiveness of Castilla y León. We are part of the regional government of Castilla y León. We depend on the regional government of economy and finance. And Wolaria is an acceleration program. And you can say, what are you telling us about an acceleration program in a meeting about living labs? Okay, Wolaria is an acceleration program, but the evolution of Wolaria is becoming an interaction between the quadruple helix in the region. Okay, Wolaria has had an evolution from an acceleration program towards a kind of living lab, as you can see along the presentation. Wolaria is supported by the regional government of Castilla y León. We are in Salamanca. We are part of the region of Castilla y León. Castilla y León is a very big region. It's one of the biggest regions in Europe about size. It's not so populated, but it's a very, very big region, and you can find how the program is, the structure of the program, because it has a special identity related to the region. What is Wolaria? Wolaria, as I said previously, is an acceleration program. It has the program has a high impact workshops, expert mentoring, go-to-market strategy, and we started many years ago. We are celebrating this year 25 promotions on the Wolaria ecosystem acceleration. We talk about acceleration, but we also are talking about scaling up companies where we can find networking events, open innovation startups, cooperate in order to prove their concepts. That is the essence of the acceleration program. And in the engagement of the regional government in the program comes by the ICECyL. ICECyL is the acronym of our institution. Our commitment is real. The regional commitment is well demonstrated in the program, not only with the budget, but also with the services given by the regional government. But of course, we also try to involve the entrepreneurs in the same way. We demand them innovative projects, of course, commitment, and of course, passion. That is one of the most important words we can say about this program. We give passion, but we demand passion. We think that passion is one of the big elements, one of the most important elements to become a successful project. That is the kind of acceleration campus we have about strategy and sustainability. The first step working in the idea, for example, at University of Salamanca, the first steps working with some ideas is given by a different program, by TQE, but this is an evolution in the implementation, in the development of the ideas. And so you can imagine strategy and sustainability, sales, digital marketing, legal and finance tax are one of the most important steps we have in the program. Here you have some more detailed services we give in Wolaria. We try to reach innovation fundings, of course, is one of the core business of the acceleration program of Wolaria. Of course, we pitch workshops, investors funding rounds, support on financial funding. There you have two names, Sodical and ISA. At regional government, we have two entities working in the financial sector, in which the regional government of Castilla y León is part of it. We are part of a bank, Iberaval, a kind of bank, Iberaval, and we are part of a risk capital. As a regional government, we have a partial participation in this kind of solutions. And so we try to implement financial funding using this kind of tools. Okay? We promote the access to infrastructures, open innovation. We are defining some good programs about pre-commercial procurement, about public procurement for innovation, networking, attending startup events. You know that there are some very important events at regional level. One of them developed in the city of Salamanca as Startup Ole. I can announce that it will be, I am not the organizer, but I can announce that it will be in October, so you can find us in October here in Salamanca promoting this kind of programs. And of course, many projects are demanding good support in the intellectual property rights. Here you have some of the logos of the main partners. Some of them were defined previously. Sodical is a risk capital with social participation, with a participation of the regional government, the national government, using some important tools similar to the regional ones. Iberaval, INCIBE is the National Cybersecurity Center. We are lucky because the National Cybersecurity Center is located in our region, in the province, in the city of León. Nodo is a good example of interaction between technology centers. It was recently created. All the regional technology centers, private technology centers are joining their forces in the Nodo. We have an acceleration program with the ESA, with the European Space Agency. We work a lot with the chambers of commerce. Here you can find CDTI is the national innovation promoter of projects. Here you have, and some other allies which you can find in our website. The program, the impact is high. We were started in 2012. So is the 25th edition of the program, and here you have some of the figures, around 247 new companies accelerated, and most of them remaining active in their projects. We are considered one of the top 100 startup accelerators by the Financial Times. We were the first public accelerator in Spain. We were identified by Funcas as the top 5 startup accelerators in Spain. We have some other successes, as you can see in the slide. Logos of some of the companies. Here you have, probably you cannot identify some of them, but they, for example, Tebrio is one big company in Salamanca, created recently, not created in the past, but growing a lot recently, and so you can find there. Some of them are from Salamanca, some others are from the rest of the region of Castilla y León, and I hope, but very soon you will see some of them very well positioned in the market. But what is the interaction with the quadruple helix? As an evolution of the acceleration program, it was demanded some kind of specific support in some sectors which the projects need some specialities, okay? And so we define some vertical accelerators as business sector accelerators. There you have a map of our region. We are 9 provinces. We are bigger than Portugal. We are 3 times the size of Belgium. So you can, with low population, 2.5 million inhabitants, so you can understand the previous presentation done by the colleagues of SIVI, the importance of the cares at regional level with this kind of sparsely populated areas of low population, but with very high potential to develop services. Here you have the evolution of the Wolaria program. So we are implementing some verticals of acceleration, working with the quadruple helix. The best example I will explain here is the case of Salamanca. In the vertical sector in Salamanca, you can see that we have 2 verticals of acceleration, one in health and biotech. The name is INNOVEAS, and the second one, last but not least, about video games and digital animation. Okay? I will give you some details about how the vertical on health and biotech is implemented at the province of, at the city of Salamanca. This is INNOVEAS. This is the evolution. The needs of the biomedical and the biosanitary sector, companies working in the sector, is very specific, and we are, the Council of Salamanca is involved in the project. The commitment of the Council of Salamanca is a full commitment, and they are implemented. They develop an infrastructure. We supported the development of the infrastructures. We granted some parts of the equipment, and we are granting, of course, the services, the special services given by this vertical of acceleration. We are working not only with companies, but also with academia, also with the city council, and of course, we are involving all the technology centers and the hospitals. Hospitals are very important in the process because some of the developments of the vertical had to be demonstrated, had to be tested, had to be proved in some social health system. This is, INNOVEAS is about vertical incubation and acceleration. Is defined to help the development and growth of new companies. Of course, it's trying to turn Castilla y León and Salamanca into a benchmark for innovation and in health tech. And you can say, what kind of benchmark do you offer? This is, in general, the most common services and products given to the companies using the vertical of Wolaria, INNOVEAS. There is a building nearby the city center where the companies can share some common installations like common molecular biology laboratories. We have very good machines, very good performances using common 3D bioprinting laboratories. And of course, the companies can share private laboratories for them, biohub co-working, common rooms, and of course, and completely necessary, the specialized support service for biotech companies. That is the slide. That is the slide of the interaction between the acceleration program Wolaria with the biomedical health sector, and that is what INNOVEAS can offer to the society. Thank you so much. Here you can find our identification, our contacts. I work here in the regional, in the local directory of the institution, and of course we are open to your offers. We are open to your companies to come here, of course, and we will try to give the best support to them. Thank you so much again for the invitation, and I am open to the questions you can say.
Thank you very much. Well, fantastic. Let's see. Santé, you want to? Okay.
With respect to the example here in Salamanca, INNOVEAS has another example in another province of the region.
Yes. As you can see here in I didn't mention,
Okay.
but here you have some of the samples at the regional level. For example, in the province of León, we have an aerospace accelerator.
Okay.
It is an excellent accelerator because we have the support of the European Space Agency. We have some in bioeconomy in Soria, green energy in Burgos, and I cannot say anything more, but I hope that in a near future something what was commented before could be a good acceleration, vertical acceleration also in the map.
But my question is, finally, this another accelerators is connected with a special sector in this province because has particular capacities in this sector or activity.
Yes, of course. Why, for example, when we identified what vertical do we implement in Salamanca, we say, what can we offer in Salamanca? But this is regional projects, okay? These are regional projects. Avionnova is in Salamanca, but the regional support is given.
Okay.
Is located in the city of Salamanca due to the infrastructures, due to the services given in this province. But of course, the global health and biotechnology sector at regional level is cooperating in the project, okay? One project located in some other province can receive the services given by the accelerator in Salamanca, for example. This is a regional project, but located in the city of Salamanca due to the special infrastructures and the special and the talent we have here in the province.
Thank you.
So we had a question yesterday from Jorge, our Portuguese fellow on that helps us with this, asked, because they're having this facing the same problem in Portugal, is how do they receive foreigner spin-offs in terms of support to the investment? It is an odd question because normally we see them going out, and I know it's a hot question, but if someone knocks at the door, how do we receive them?
With a red carpet. Why? What do I mean? Of course.
No, but is what is the system? You know, being a bit more. You know, obviously that's what we want. But we can contact you, I guess. But that's what's the system? What's the to see how they're evaluating and who accompanies them, who's receiving them, basically.
Okay, thank you so much. It's an excellent question, and of course, what can we offer to the people trying to come to the region to receive this kind of services? We can give them not only this kind of services, but also a good support given by grants, for example. At regional level, we are the company managing grants for entrepreneurs, grants for companies. We have a very good program of grants to support companies. These programs are defined in 4 important pillars. The first one, we can support the investment of the companies at regional level. We can support the research and innovation of specific projects done in the region of Castilla y León. We have to support the internationalization of companies, and of course we can support the implementation at the level of the offer, a good floor, a good place to be implemented. That is the 4 pillars we have using grants, but we have also a financial platform. We have a financial platform in order to complement what we give with grants in order to have some the needed financial support that companies can demand in the different parts of the process of their life. And so from the regional government of Castilla y León, from the Institute for Business of Competitiveness, we give services, of course, the kind of services you could see before, but we also can support with grants and some other projects. For example, we have very good programs managing talent at regional level, working with the universities. You can imagine that it's not only about services, but also grants and some other excellent service we can support to the companies and to the people.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here.
Fantastic. It's
Thank you.
Great. To keep on time, and Ella, I see she's online already, so I think she will be able to share her presentation over Zoom. Thank you very much, José. And Ella is a PhD student, and we have to thank her a lot because she made a pause on her vacation. So thank you very much, Ella. I know that you're from Turku and the university is closed, and we thank you a lot for the time that you took to explain, or that you're taking to explain Flavoria, which is a restaurant and something else, right? So we can see your presentation on screen. So Ella, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I have to say that I'm actually a postdoc researcher, so not a doctoral student anymore, but no worries. Just a second, because I lost my...
No, we have your presentation on screen and on video.
Yeah, I didn't see my own presentation, but yeah, now I'm on it. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to present and tell you something about our research platform Flavoria. It's not okay. Sorry, minor technical issues here.
From our side, all looks
okay.
Good.
No,
but
yeah, I hope.
Yes, and now we see the slides changing. Fantastic.
Oh, yes, great. So Flavoria is a multidisciplinary research platform that is coordinated by Nutrition and Food Research Center at the University of Turku, where I work. This research platform is quite a unique entity, as it consists of a lunch restaurant, cafeteria, and a multisensory research space. And our operations started in 2019, and we are funded by different faculties, the University of Turku and the University of Helsinki. So Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Technology, Social Sciences, Turku School of Economics, and then Faculty of Agriculture and Forestry at the University of Helsinki. So as I said, this is quite multidisciplinary, and different kinds of fields are or can utilize the platform. So this Living Lab is combining scientific research, business collaboration, and regular lunch customers. So the researchers have the possibility to utilize our premises, technology, and data in different kinds of research setups. Then we also offer customized research and testing services for businesses in collaboration with our partner company Aistila Ltd. And then we also have these lunch and cafe services for regular customers, and this is operated by Sodexo. And we have around 800 customers on a daily basis. In Flavoria, we have 4 research environments. So the lunch restaurant, cafeteria, My Flavoria app, and the multisensory research space, Aistikottila. And first, something about the lunch restaurant and cafe. So in the lunch restaurant, we have intelligent lunch lines to collect data on people's lunch choices. So we have these scales in front of every lunch component, as you see in the picture. And so we have the possibility to weigh all the individual components and get data about the nutritional values of the customers' lunches. And the scale system is connected to the restaurant operator's meal planning system. So we get to know those individual components from the restaurant operator's system. And then we have plate waste tracking system at the bio waste station, so we can also know how much bio waste or plate waste there was on a daily basis. And the customers can participate in research activities while taking lunch. So we have this all the time, the anonymous data is being collected each day, but then we can have these, for example, intervention studies where we can connect the customers into data. So 2 different kinds of data can be collected. And the customers are mostly students, university and hospital staff, and then other people from the nearby area who wants to eat there. So there are some construction work going on, so then the construction work staff can come and so on. Then about the My Flavoria app. So it's a browser-based app designed for Flavoria's lunch customers, and the customers can register their lunch portions and view the meal-specific data from the app for themselves. It's available for free for anyone who wants to use it. The registration requires just an email address, so it's quite easy. And each user has their own QR code, so they can save the meal data in the app at the checkout area of the restaurant. And this functions also as a data collection tool in the research setups. So with this app, as I mentioned, for example, if we have some research going on, we can use the app to connect the data, the lunch data, to certain people. So this can be used as a tool for that. Here is an example of the meal-specific data that everyone can get from the app. So you can see the grams that you took, the different components, the calories, then you can see how much the daily nutrient intake is compared to the recommendations as grams and as energy percent. You can also see how much bio waste you had on your lunch. And then all the side dishes, for example, drinks and dressings and bread, need to be added manually in the app after saving the meal data. And you can see this on a daily level, on a weekly level, and on a monthly level, so you can get those average levels from that. And here is this kind of customer and data collection flow. So first, if the customer has the My Flavoria app, she can go to the lunch line and weigh the lunch components according to the instructions. And then when they go to the checkout area, the customer can show their personal QR code in the app at the checkout, and this connects the data to the lunch. And we have at the bottom of the tray, we have this identifier that connects the individual lunch to the app. Then they can go to ICECyL. If we have, for example, some research setup there going on, they can eat there. And then after the lunch, they can go to bio waste station and they can give some feedback of their lunch experience and so on. And the bio waste station is at where they can return the dishes. So it's there in the customer path, sort of. And then the multisensory research space, ICECyL, it translates as a sensory pot. And here we can have the possibility to create versatile sensory environments with the help of different kinds of videos, photos, sounds, lighting, room scents, and so on. And it's located right next to the Flavoria lunch restaurant. It's suitable for research, teaching, workshops, different kinds of events, and so on. And as you see from the picture, so we can project those videos, photos on the walls. We have 4 projectors for creating these visual environments, 8-channel audio. We can customize all the lighting. We have 2 scent machines and so on. We have tablets there, a kitchen, and so on. So it's quite multifunctional, and we are also like developing the space all the time. So if people have any ideas, we can try to develop the space for the researchers' needs and so on. Here are some research and collaboration possibilities. So we can do very many different kinds of intervention studies, for example, in the lunch line or in the multisensory space. We can test new products, ingredients, packages in a real buying or choosing situation, for example, in the cafeteria or in the lunch line. We can try out new technologies, utilize long-term data collected in the restaurant and cafeteria. We can conduct different kinds of sensory evaluations and studies related to multisensory experiences and different kinds of consumer studies. And here are some examples how we have utilized the Flavoria. So we have conducted intervention study to find out whether biodiversity information affects people's food choices at the lunch line. We have tested meals with a smaller carbon footprint in the lunch line. We have piloted new bakery products, new snack products in the cafeteria. We have gotten like buying data, consumer acceptance, and so on. Then we have been investigating diners and service providers' experiences and how to increase sustainability in self-service restaurants. We have been studying emotions and brain mechanisms of learning in the ICECyL. So it's not just only about food, so it can be also something else, and this is a good example of that. And then we have studied and tried to understand and enhance the relationship between sensory stimuli, indoor environmental factors, and food taste and mouthfeel perception. There are also some publications, so if these slides are being shared, you can look more into these, but you can see a quite big variety of different things. So it's like technical things, how to improve nutrient content and health profile in different types of food service products, related to plant-based yogurts. Then we have been studying how to how the sound affects meal duration, hedonic eating experience, nudging interventions, and so on. So very different kinds of things. As I mentioned, our research unit is coordinating the Flavoria operations. But if you got interested in doing research in Flavoria yourself, if you got inspired, if you have some ideas, collaboration is definitely possible through our partner faculties at the University of Turku, and or as part of our joint research projects. We are welcoming visiting researchers. Often this has some kind of fee, of using the facilities, but yeah, we're helping with all the different things like the project agreement, setting up the studies, recruiting participants. We can help you design the study, and so on. So we're definitely welcoming people who have ideas, and we would be happy to collaborate if you get any idea. Yeah, you can contact me or then Anni Kerttula, who is a research coordinator. She knows everything about Flavoria, so she is also a very good contact on that.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic,
thank you.
Ella. Great presentation, very inspiring. I have a question online from Rūta from Vilnius, closer to you than from us. We were going to across Europe, and she's asking about other decisions than just nutrition on your setup. So she's thinking about carbon footprint, for instance. So when you wait and you have the information, you have the collection, so have other decisions and export that app. And together I'll put my question. Does the app only works locally, or it's probably, is it easy to export that? And I'm thinking about other restaurants, 360 restaurants that are showing up elsewhere. So anyway, from Rūta, carbon footprinting, and
yeah, I have to admit that I'm not the specialist of the carbon footprint things. I know that in our unit we have been doing some research related to carbon footprint as well. Yeah, now I'm not sure if I can answer your question, if it's possible. Yeah.
But you see the idea, no? That as you take a decision, you can say that if this program was locally sourced, or it has a higher or lower carbon footprint, if you have a burger or a vegetable burger or something like that. Okay, so
yeah.
Anyway, we have a issue with timing because we need to. So Ella, it is a great conversation, but your presentation will be shared and will be placed, and you will be in contact with us. So I think that's the platform. That's the whole thing of having this event, is that things are connected, and so there will be a repository where everything is. But I'll pass on to Rūta. She's the deputy director of Vilnius Tech Sustainable Hub, and that's why the question on carbon footprint as well. And she's an external, let's say, speaker that came from another network that we're involved here in NEA, and she's very keen to show us her sustainability hub, and we're really happy that we have that entrance. So Rūta, I think we still don't see you on screen, but I think the floor is yours. If you can share your presentation, and we'll be seeing you. Can you?
Okay, thank you. I think I am sharing presentation. Just check if it's everything.
Exactly, we see it on screen.
I see it on the screen. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay,
well, so welcome.
Yeah, so hello. I will try to be very quick, to be in time as much as possible. Sustainability hub, as my question was just before, sustainability is now in each question, in each our step, and our I can't change. Okay, yeah. So now today I will represent our sustainability hub. It's a very new unit in our university in two layers. By storytelling, because one of the main targets of our hub is to spread this sustainability as virus and raise awareness of community in general, and the data, because data is very important when we want to make decisions. So the content of my presentation will be in these two layers. What the sustainability hub is, the main purpose of us driving environmental solutions through education and collaboration. So we work in very wide. waste. And why I'm here today, because our hub was created as not fully living lab, but created in using the living lab concept, and we are going more and more deeply to the living lab concept, and we have some parts of it. So firstly, where we are in Vilnius Tech, Vilnius Gediminas Technical University, which is in Vilnius, in capital of Lithuania, one of two technical universities of Lithuania. We, as technical university, we are quite old, and we are very international. We are the most international university in Lithuania, and we have a lot of abroad students, a lot of abroad partners, and so on. So we are always welcoming other partners to visit us and to collaborate and have some main things. Our hub was created, and it was created 2 years ago, but it was opened. Our labs were finished and opened just last year. We are only 1 year old, very young. And the main our passion is to strengthen competencies in the field of sustainability, to foster the culture of sustainability and responsibility. Firstly, for the university community, then spreading it to the community, to the city, to the country and region, globally, Europe and globally, and so on. So, but now we are mostly working locally, because we are very young and we are just starting. But what we do, we bring together. It's not the new thing. I think most of presenters who were presenting living labs said the same things, that the science community, business part and studies, everything is collaborating together, and the goal of our hub to be the interdisciplinary center where we can took all these different parts and make interesting solutions, make interesting things, and to work together. And to promote the interdisciplinary cooperation, firstly in the field of studies and in science, to bring different science in near the one table and to make decisions, and of course for social impact. Our Sustainability Hub is not like scientific or the educational unit in university. We are not creating study programs or teaching directly. We are working together with faculties. We are working together with scientific institutes in our university, but we are like the main core to collect them together and to have just one spot. But what we have in our hub, we have 3 areas which we call labs. So one is, you will see in what fields we are working according to these names: Sustainable Consumption Lab, Eco Design Lab, and the Data Lab. And together with this equipment of these labs, together with people who are working in these fields, we are creating this hub as a space for community. But community is not only university, it's the city. Vilnius is the green capital this year, so we have a lot of events together with the municipality company. So we are making workshops, public campaigns, and collaborative events, just to bring together all these shareholders and to firstly to think about sustainability, to raise the awareness, and then to think about the new products, new projects, and implement something new. So it's the place where awareness becomes action and where everyone is invited to co-create a more sustainable future. Speaking directly, what we are doing in each labs and what equipment we have. So we have in Sustainable Consumption Lab, we have open kitchen. Open, it means just open doors, and everybody from our university can come. Students can make parties, cook cakes, they can warm their lunch packs, make a cup of coffee or tea, have small talk, just use everything what is in this open kitchen. And it's near it the open area with tables and chairs where you can just eat, talk, chat, and collaborate and to be together. The purpose of this open kitchen is to raise awareness of food consumption. We are focusing not on the nutrition form, but we are fostering the use as much grown food, plant-based food as possible. But we are equipped by compost boxes, and the beer reactor is another zone in the sustainable consumption lab. Where we can create from food waste, we can make fertilizers and the biogas and use it for other experiments, for heating the buildings and so on. Cultivation of food crops, we have just shelves with greenery grown where everybody can, herbs can take it and eat. And we are working a lot of to foster this habit and to show for all the community that it's really easy, it's nice to grow food by yourself, to have it to have as much as possible grown plant-based food in your plate. So that's the waste and the point of sustainable consumption lab. And the another point is to use the food as much as possible and to have as less waste as possible. It means just to make another dishes from the same elements and so on. Sorry, yeah, it was one slide, sorry, but in the internet it will be more slides. I shared not the right version. It was an example how we do just having this when we have events in our hub. We are localizing seasonal, local vegetables, fruits, and we are treating the citizens who are participating in the event. And it's like the storytelling part. Then you just see it on the plate, you try it and it's tasty, it's in the nice way, and you are thinking maybe it's really nice to have more vegetables in my table, and maybe it's the way to have this seasonal vegetables for the longer period, because lyophilizators, the dry frozen vegetables, and it can be used as much longer as comparing with fresh ones, but all the vitamins and nutrition things are left in the field. So now we're going to the eco-design lab. It's a space for processing the experimentation and design, and it's it's like the sandbox for adults. But kids can come as well. We have educations for school students, and here it's equipped with this eco-design lab, equipped it mostly for recycling paper and plastic. We are more focusing mostly on that, but you can bring your ideas, and our staff will help. We will it's the place where you can come, you can try your idea. It's opened for the community. It's lab, of course, it needs assistance, so there are opening hours. Then you can come, and our staff will help inform about the equipment, and you can try your idea, or you can just participate in the events as we are doing. In the eco-design sphere, we are working a lot of consumption of things, of products, not only food. We are making events like take and give away. Then we are just collecting things, and everybody can come and take. We have like we call thank you station, the spot where you can put things which you don't need, and especially in the summer when one students are leaving and another are coming, and you can put your dishes, your clothes which you don't need, and other students can come and take and share and use it for the longer. They don't need to buy. And it's also part of storytelling. When we are making the events, we're just showing that it's very easy to share, to have it, and then this message of your impact it's in heads of everybody. The last part of our sustainability hub is the data lab, where it's that's the part. It's also have storytelling part, but it's about data. We are collecting the open source data. We have a lot of data of Vilnius city because it's a very open data city, I can call, and we have the special company of municipality, the ID Vilnius, which is collecting, but we also can work together and help maybe for the LS, this Flavoria app, and to give it data about the food footprint, and we are working mostly on the city data and visualization of different things like air quality, solar energy, potential use, sustainable mobility, and so on. But of course, we are working on the life cycle assessment of products, and we can work in the different fields. The data lab is there. A lot of data is collected, and then we are thinking how to visualize, how to show for each citizen, for each people. It's the storytelling through the pictures. What is the impact? How it's going, and maybe it helps to make some decisions. For example, if you have air quality and you have allergy, and you know where when you can go outside, or maybe you can go outside, but you need some medicine and so on. And it's about the sustainable mobility, the noise situation in the city. You can make decision where to walk, where to live, and so on. So what we have the part of this living lab. We have sensors in our premises of sustainability hub, and we are tracking and monitoring the real-time data of air quality. It's the chemical, biological, acoustic pollution in each our premises, and we have the sensors, and we are monitoring the air quality outside in different campuses of our university. We have our university is quite big, and in Vilnius we have 5 different campuses. So we are tracking 4 of them in different places. In the old town, in the Saulėtekis campus is near the forest, in the very green place. The one campus is in very urban place, and we are collecting and monitoring this data about air quality in different places in the city, and students can use it for their to their bachelor, master thesis, and PhDs as well. We don't have PhDs yet, but we are very young. And we have one, maybe the first activity from the students' part. We have 2 master students who are now creating the digital twin of Sustainability Hub premises, and they are matching this digital twin information with our monitoring data, and the next year we will have the thesis and the analysis. So it will be the first start how this data can be used to analyze the air quality and how the actual air quality and the designed air quality is not equal, and to find why it is not equal, what are the obstacles, what are the solutions can be given. So, just generalizing, our living lab is in action. We are open every day, and it's like the head of 3 dynamic spaces: data modeling, eco design, and the sustainable consumption, where we meet everyday challenges and try by storytelling to show for university community, for citizens, how with small steps they can change their behavior. So, and it's the place where theory meets practice, and every project is a step forward to a greener tomorrow. And we can call our hub like community and society center, and the place where solution development can be done. So let's create sustainable tomorrow together, and hope you have some questions for me.
Sure. Well, great presentation. Thank you very much. It's live, and we're really on time, so that's perfect. My question to you is because you're 1 year old and everything, it's very hard to start. And I just wanted to ask you a question. What is your biggest challenge, or what was the biggest challenge to start? Is it the same in Vilnius as everywhere else, or is there specific challenges to start something like that in Vilnius?
Yeah, the challenges usually there are 2. The one is the heads of university have to understand that sustainability is very important, and that university needs such kind of hub. And another question usually is money. So we had possibility to solve both these challenges. Our rector is really interested in sustainability, and he understands that it's the future. It's the future of technical university. We have to have sustainability in each step. And speaking about the money, the investment, it was possibility to get funding, and all our labs were implemented with funding, with RRF money. So that it was very good consolidation of 2 parts, that our rectors were interested in the field of sustainability, and they were fostering this idea, and we had possibility to get money for the creation. And it's not the ending. We still have some ambitions to work more in other fields, especially in the food, because our university don't have food faculty, but food is very important in our daily habits to make impact to the environment. So that's why we're looking for the partners to collaborate. We can work from food, carbon footprint, and others from nutrition parts, and so on.
Thank you very much, Rūta. Maybe we have a question there, and then we'll end up because we need to be back.
Good morning, Rūta. My name is Anne. What is the cost for the digital twin when was monitoring the process, during the process?
The cost?
The cost, what the price for the digital twin?
No price. It's students. It's student work. Our universities, we are a technical university, so we have all this software which we need for the creating this 3D and monitoring things. So it's just 2 students, one from the Building Information Modeling program, the BIM program, and another is from the Energy Engineering program. They are creating, it's students, it's a very good way to have free products.
Yes, because this is very expensive.
That takes longer, and the issues of quality and special issues for supervisors. But it's... We didn't need money for this.
University, the way it works, right? So thank you very much. We're on time, so we're going to close this session. We're going for a coffee break. We're going to ask the technicians to...
You have a question?
Is there a question? Yeah, well, go ahead. We need to be short, but
Well, thank you, Rūta. Truly interesting your presentation. And what about the data? This is open to whatever persons or just for researchers into university?
What we do, we collect the open data from governmental institutions, from municipalities, and we try to make it in the in the way that every citizen can understand it. Speaking about our platform, the information to see the maps, you have to come to our hub. We don't have any online versions yet, but maybe it's a question of time and a little bit of money because, you know, the servers and clouds and so on, it takes money. But what we do, we use the open source data, and it's a lot of open source data which you can use, but it's, you know, it's numbers, it's digits, and usually normal people, it's no need of them. But then you digitalize in the nice view, then you make maps and so on, then everybody can use it. For example, solar energy potential on each roof of Vilnius city, it's the map opened to, it's in the municipality website, and every person can check the possibility of his house roof. Some of maps, they're open when we are collaborating with municipality, but some maps are at the moment only in our hub, but it depends on the question. People can come and to have discussion with us, and it will be for free. If it's business, want to make some analysis and so on, we agree for
charging. Yeah,
it's charged. Yeah, so it depends on the situation. But for students, it's for free.
We'll share the contacts with everyone, so this will amp all of this in the repository, and it will be the thing. So then we'll, you know, connections will show up after that, and we'll follow on those. Well, so we need to break now. We'll need to be back all in the room at 5 to 11, right? Because there's going to be an inauguration. Thank you very much, Rūta. We are in touch, and we hope to see you here, or we will pass by Vilnius for sure. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll get on the break, and we'll talk. Keep on. Thank you very much, Rūta, for everything. Okay, and all the speakers on this morning. Entonces lo que necesitamos.
Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con INNOVEAS damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centro Europa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con INNOVEAS damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centro Europa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centro Europa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centro Europa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Energieinstitut, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech.
Right, Simon, hello. Welcome back everyone for this second... Ricardo, it's okay? Yep. Okay, welcome back everyone here in the room and online. Thank you very much for coming back. We have Simon online and he will be coming from
Linz.
from Energieinstitut at Johannes Kepler University in Linz.
Yep, we have that sound. Yeah, we have here. So the issue is always with the sound, and thank you very much, Simon, for being online. We see you already on screen. So thank you very much for coming from Linz and telling us about regulatory sandboxes in the sector of energy. We know from you, from our colleague Elisabeth Ulbrich, which is the co-leader of. Okay, you can hear us? No. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, we heard from you, from Elisabeth Ulbrich, which is our co-leader of the EC2U Innovation Hub. And without further ado, because I'm having sound, yeah, exactly. So now we have everything on correct. We're very much interested on your experience on the energy sector, and particularly because we have running projects on industrial symbiosis and all the work that you're going to tell us. Especially, Elisabeth mentioned that you work on regulatory sandboxes, and this is an area that the law recently changed also here in Spain, and so we'll be focusing in what we can learn from you and here. So let's keep on, and thank you very much for being. The floor is yours. You're on screen and you can share your presentation. Thank you very much, Simon.
Perfect. Hello, welcome from my side. It would be a pleasure to be with you. As I said before, I have passed by doing Interrail 20 years ago and thought I must come back to this town again. But still it had not happened, and yes, the change from my colleague was a little bit too much on a short notice to be with you there. So hello again here from Linz in Austria. We just had a thunderstorm, and all the civil services out there are doing water pumping, etc. So I hope the connection will stay stable and I'm able to present everything in the next 30 minutes. Yes, my colleague Michael Denk would have been the presenter today, but he has another presentation to do abroad, and therefore it is not possible for him to participate, and I take over. Michael Denk is from Energieinstitut's legal department and is also involved in the LIT, Linz Institute of Technology Law Lab, where he knows a lot about regulatory exemptions. I, for my part, come from the energy sector, maybe a little bit old-fashioned, but definitely also in a drastic change at the moment, and therefore sandboxes are one of the topics here, and I want to show you what we did and what we learned from regulatory energy sandboxes in Austria, and beforehand what we looked at our analysis. Yes, so I give you a brief introduction. I think it is important to understand again where I come from and what my perspectives on the topics are. I want to present you the idea, especially for the energy sector, look at the current Austrian energy regulatory sandboxes, then show you some findings, and finally take future ideas and outlook as the conclusion. So who are we? Energieinstitut is not directly the Johannes Kepler University, but almost a part of it. We are a non-university research institution located here at Johannes Kepler University in Linz. We are a partner of innovation, and yes, we are located here, and also there is some interaction concerning the staff who work here and there, etc. We currently are 46 employees doing 110 R&D projects per year, also including national projects, also including projects directly come from industry, and currently 11 Horizon EU projects where some of them we also coordinate. What does make our institute a little bit special is the interdisciplinary structure with 3 departments, with energy economics, where also the topic of market design, regulation belongs from the economic perspective, and energy law, where of course regulation belongs from a more legal perspective. Are involved in such projects, but also our efforts in energy technology assessment contribute to that, and we have a good idea about the technologies that are currently changing the energy system, disrupting the market design behind. We have several pillars of work where I would not really say that the people are rather fixed to some section or topic, but again we work across the limitations, across the scope of one single topic. Energy infrastructure is a topic, energy behavior, engagement and acceptance, and market design and regulation. You can read out the rest, but number 2 and 3 are probably those that are most important for the energy regulatory sandboxes. It is about testing in a real environment, so it is about how does it interact, how does it meet with participants, acceptance and reactions. Yes, so we are not only here a partner of innovation at Johannes Kepler University of Linz, we are also doing many joint projects. We have developed a climate neutrality roadmap for the JKU in 2023. We have just finished a report on climate neutral district heating that enables the JKU to become more climate friendly from this side, and we are accompanying JKU CO2 accounting, where it is probably one of the first universities that has actually done such a CO2 accounting and has set targets. Yes, so, and also to say where does the rest of what you are seeing comes from, and what I'm presenting, we have had 2 projects financed by the ministry. I did not put the name here because, you know, whenever the government changes, the name of the ministry changes, and therefore it was one of the ministries that commissioned our, as we call it in Austria, R&D service, where in 2020 approximately our topic was to identify the need for sandboxes in the energy sector, and also to help the ministry to identify and evaluate the design options that are associated with specific designs of sandboxes. Then I also present you the Austrian energy regulation. So as a consequence, there was put a paragraph, a section into the Austrian electricity and gas law, where research projects can apply for exemptions from this law, and this is also the basis for this presentation here. And we currently do the accompanying research. There has been a call for proposals for projects that specifically would need this energy regulation exemption, and here we work together and accompany those projects and try to learn from them, try to generalize and give input to the scientific world on the one hand and directly to the ministry on the other hand. So what we saw and what you have probably also identified in other living labs or yes, scientific approaches regarding this topic, we clearly have a problem in denomination here. We call it a sandbox, living lab, a real labor, real-life laboratory, experimental space, and therefore it is not only differentiation in the wording, but most of the time it also means something a little bit different. So it doesn't completely overlap, but always includes sometimes this, for example, this part of doing advisory or clarification processes. It most of the time includes some experimental space, whatever this exactly means, and it not always, or rather in a few of the topics include also the regulatory learning, where it is about being involved to directly advance the law and the regulation that is behind. And yes, based on that, we look at regulatory sandboxes specifically because what we see and what especially that was addressed also in our project is that the current law is binding. So you cannot say, yes, we do an exemption because it is a good thing that we want to look at, because it is something that the society needs, and we just make an exemption here. No, politicians and also authorities in general must follow the law. I really state it as simple as that because it is something that we have often heard in this process of developing this Austrian exemption. Why isn't it the minister that says you can have this exemption? No, also the minister is not allowed to just give an exemption and say you are excluded from the law also for a limited area. This is not possible. And therefore, it is the lawmaker, the parliament, that must make an exemption from an existing law, and it can either do specific exemptions inside some very specific regulation, or of course it could make a more general delegation of responsibilities to allow for such exemptions. And what is the sandbox? In generally, it is some legally defined limited space, limited time, and limited scope and limited extent that is allowed for the testers to analyze such a new technology or thing. Of course, policymakers, lawmakers must be aware of the benefits, so there should be something that is promising with the technology and the tests, and on the other hand, it's about the contradictions. There are trade-offs. It is about fairness, like when you treat someone with this special treatment in this living lab, and it makes this person worse off, or generally the question of equality, why do you do that with the one people and not with the other people that live in the next town or something like that. So all this must be traded off. We have then seen what are the goals of using sandboxes. The legal provisions define a process for handling the status quo. So whatever the legal provision is, it is for what was in force and what was expected at the implementation of the regulation or the law. That might mean that it means a barrier for innovation for the next steps to come in an innovation process. And the idea is for the sandbox not to stop innovation, but to be at least be able to test it in this limited space, and of course allow for a quick regulatory learning, so to adopt regulation or laws to allow for at least the good things from this innovation and identify the trade-offs that must be anticipated when making the law, etc. So here I put a box saying sandboxes enable innovation in a real environment, because that's the difference. It's not about a simulation or modeling or something like that, and to enter their regulation in a controlled and quick manner. We see that there are definitely some regulatory sandboxes existing. There is the European exemption regulation on artificial intelligence. We know from the fintech sector, we see exemptions for IPPC, Seveso products and or technologies, and we know about autonomous driving. Just these 4 or 5 years ago, we saw that good practice examples are rather still scarce, and probably this needs an update in the meanwhile. But nevertheless, I would not say that there is such a broad amount and diversification of areas and sectors that really apply sandboxes. We also had the regulatory sandboxes in some example countries. We focused in our analysis on Germany, where it was about the energy program, research program Syntec, where the projects could be accompanied with some experimental clause, as it is called there. We looked at Great Britain, where it was especially about receiving advice, not necessarily in exemption, but a confirmation about the legality of doing some experiments. We looked at the Netherlands, where especially the topic of energy communities seems interesting, and also in Italy, where it is a very autonomous and progressive, I would say, regulator that is trying to really push innovations on its own and do the learning from such regulatory sandboxes. Yes, and let's have a brief look at the Austrian regulatory sandbox. We looked at the topic where energy regulatory sandboxes might be needed, and we had a stakeholder participation. So this was not the sandbox itself, this was just a stakeholder progress that we have organized with workshops, with feedback rounds. And yes, we looked at the needs of the Austrian stakeholders in the energy sector and identified 15 topics in 4 thematic fields, as you can read out. It's energy communities, gas regulation, the electricity network tariffs, I would complete the sentence, and smart technologies in general that could be applied. And yes, the 15 more or less equally split to these thematic fields. Afterwards, and I would say to some extent with the support from our project, the exemption was introduced in Austrian law. You can read here paragraph 58A in the electricity market regulation and paragraph 78A in the gas market regulation. Here, first, why was it introduced here? Because here there is a narrow framework for those that want to innovate. There are clear market designs, regulatory frameworks for doing the trade, for applying the technologies, etc. So on the one hand, here it is absolutely necessary or it makes absolutely sense to implement a sandbox. On the other hand, these exemptions looked exclusively at the point of tariffs, which means the network tariffs, the network charges, the network loss charges, the metering charges, so all of these things that affect the customers. There is also some delegation. It's not the ministry that's doing the exemptions, it's the energy market regulator who is responsible for the implementation of the tariffs. And another thing that is important, or a limitation, is that only research and demonstration projects may apply for a sandbox. So it's like an Horizon project or the national equivalent that you need to have ongoing in order to be allowed to be granted an exemption. So what is the permission process? You need to apply and win such a research and demonstration project, and within this research and demonstration project propose what your sandbox should look like. However, when you win it, the jury, the reviewers, they do not or cannot do the allowance process for the exemption itself. They only state, okay, that sounds okay, and that probably works, but nothing more than that. While then, when you have won the project, it's about getting the regulators okay on that, the acceptance. So you need to contact the regulator, get advice from the staff members there, bring in a proposal that includes very many details. So how do you select customers? Why do you select them? What do you do with them? How much do they have to pay? How much are they not paying, especially when you treat them good? And that means that someone else is paying for their network tariffs, and that again means that there is really a trade-off, and the energy regulator wants to be aware of that and yes, really know what its commission should accept or reject. We have seen in the meanwhile, and yes, that's simply the numbers, some rejections and 2 acceptances. And we see on the one hand that rejection is definitely made wherever a calculation or simulation is sufficient. So when you have an R&D project and can do the simulation there, you must not be freed from paying tariffs that would then be paid by someone else. And so this getting extra money for testing something is not the intention of such a sandbox. And yes, that's especially the second point. So indirect additional financing or investment is not the objective and should not be used for that, so to say. We have 2 ongoing projects in Austria, with one being called this real-life laboratory for in the network, so to say, when you directly translate it. There they elaborate and test network tariffs. Which is new here is that they also test feed-in tariffs. So whenever you have photovoltaics in Austria, you do not need to pay network tariffs when you feed in to a specific size, but being a normal customer with a normal roof, you don't pay feed-in tariffs, and therefore this is something that they want to test and look at. Getting feedback from approximately 100 customers. Yes, and there are probably already some interesting insights that I know to some extent being the accompanying research, but of course I want to leave it to those that actually do the project. And yes, they finish it soon and probably want to publish it. And I've put the reference to the video here, which is, in my opinion, very interesting. I really suggest to click at it, and you get a good idea of what a Reallabor am Netz is doing and finishing soon. And there is a second one of the ongoing projects, which is InnoNet. They also look at electricity customer reaction, but they actually look at what is the network's demand. Is it overloaded? Is capacities free, etc., and then put the flexible demand tariff into force. And they really have a high sample size. So in order not to be wrong here, I think it's some 500 to 1,000 that should be tested. The exemption has just been granted, I think 1 month ago, and the project finishes in 2026. So you can also have a look here. All the links are at the bottom of the slides. What do we learn from that? Remember what I told you about the fields of topics, and what we see is that there have not come in projects from energy communities, there have not come in projects from new smart technologies, energy technologies especially. There have not come in projects for the gas sector, which was probably more interested in changing technology rules or something like that. What could be interesting, maybe especially those extending the scope of the regulatory exemptions, so from the law on exemptions, for example, also allowing to change some technical standards, not to stay at the frequency of 50 hertz, but also allow 49 or something like that. And this is something that would also be in the regulator's domain. And there are things that are outside the regulator's domain, especially for when district heating is concerned, where very much applications would be interesting, especially in the Central European countries, but we also see project partners from Spain, from Italy, etc., handling those topics and being eager to try to change something here. Again, another learning is the topic of the achievements of the goals of a sandbox. We see a real, we want to have a real environment, we want to have a controlled and quick change in regulation. And we see that the current Austrian regulation clearly demands that participants are voluntarily in the project, in the experiment, which means, you know, that there is some scientific trade-off, especially when you think of people that expect a benefit from that and of course are interested and motivated, while you probably don't get those into the project which are, yes, expect to be worse off or are simply uninterested. And yes, again, those that are worth off, it must be clear to them, or it is clear from the regulation that they must be compensated. So in fact, you cannot lose something but only win when you participate in those sandboxes. And another thing is the duration. To finish the first one, a real environment probably looks different. There would be people that are worth off. There would be involuntary participation, and also doing it in a quick and controlled manner. We saw that you need to have a project idea, hand in the proposal, find the right calls, find the right partners, do the proposal evaluation, and only if you win it, which is sometimes 10% chance, or if you're good in a good call, it's 50-60% chance. But still, you need to wait until the R&D project is there, and then you can start your application process. Then, when you get this one accepted, you can start your experiment. Then you derive the results. Then you derive the recommendations. We talk about years that are passing by here until the new regulation can enter into force and really allow for the implementation of these technologies. Just my last two slides. We see that there is a significant effort in time and labor, despite, and we can really clearly see that there is a motivation from the legislator to really implement a good and functioning exemption framework, and there is really positive support from the regulator staff that says how to really make a good proposal and get it accepted. And nevertheless, again, it's significant effort in time and labor, potentially hindering the usage of this tool. So the question is how to enhance this process, which is not simple to answer. And how can we attract other areas, especially those that are already accepted, like it is the energy communities. We want to extend the scope in the energy domain. That would be beneficial. And of course, it is an idea to think about a general exemption law that is in itself very restrictive, but not really something that you have to put into force again for every specific detail, but maybe a more general exemption rule for also more than one area, or at least the energy sector in total, or something like that. And I use the opportunity to have you here to invite you to a symposium that we have in 2 years in Austria, which is the IADHC, District Heating and Cooling Symposium, that is organized by the International Energy Agency Technology Collaboration Program. You see, Linz is in line with all these famous cities like Copenhagen, Stockholm, Seoul, Hamburg, Beijing, and Linz. And maybe for those who are interested in maybe living labs in district heating and cooling, you are very welcome to join us here in 2 years. That's it from my side, and I'm open for your questions. If you have them, you get the slides. And yes, thank you very much at that point.
Thank you, Simon. And actually, I have to tell you on your last slide of district heating, there's a project somewhere here in Salamanca of having a district heating. So I'm sure there will be a delegation, and I'm sure there will be a talk with you at a later point. Perfect. Because there's a project in the city on that, which I don't know the details, but I'll make sure that I'll connect in that sense, right? We don't have anyone in the room that I think it's involved on that, but we'll make sure that happens. The question I had for you, because I don't see any hand raised, do you know if, so we had not that long ago a big blackout here in Spain and Portugal on the energy sector. I'm sure you heard about that. And so that raises questions about energy infrastructure and strategic autonomy on do you know of any experiments based on, finding resilience on, something that's happening in Ukraine, or how these sandboxes are used to try things in the favor of augmenting our strategic autonomy, resilience in terms of the energy sector? Do you know of anything happening in that sector area?
At least not with regard to doing the real experiments. Of course, in the last 3 years, there have much projects that came up with, which more focused on the topic of resilience. That's clear. And there are these R&D projects, but they are not using the energy regulatory sandboxes for implementing or for testing that. Definitely, there is the topic of energy communities, where I think we are absolutely in the European leadership in Austria, where I would say some 10% of the population are involved in energy communities. or 10% of the households, and there it is definitely something that should not only be about trading electricity locally, but also trying to be resilient in cases of disruptions. Definitely, yes, R&D projects do focus on that. The practice still does not, and there is clearly room for improvement.
Thank you. I think Santiago has a question for you.
Hello, Simon. I think that this complicates to give one definition of the sandbox, the regulatory sandbox. But it's possible to think that a sandbox is like a living lab in the public administration.
Yes, I could imagine that, definitely. This is clearly not, so I can only look at the analysis that we did regarding the denomination of these exemptions. And for sure, this is something that I could imagine and that I think would also be a good topic in the energy sector to maybe put some people into such a real life simulating situation and put people from the ministry, put people from the regulator, from the network operators there, and see if they could also find some improvements in that way. I would absolutely support this.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think thank you, Simon, for such an interesting talk and for being open to participate in this. And I think I see some points of contact, and especially from our city and the event that's there. So we'll be in touch, and the presentation will be shared. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now you?
Yeah, so now you can present.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We have the opportunity to present to my colleague Ricardo. Ricardo is the soul of these events, and of course, the initiative of EC2U will be impossible, or were impossible, without the aid and the proposal and all the work of Ricardo. Ricardo,
thank you, Santé.
Right?
Yeah,
yes,
I'm getting there.
When you like.
And I'm trying to control to find the presentation and so on, which I don't have timed, so I need to control the timing as well. And I know Red Cross is after us, and we'll see. Okay. So, well, good morning. Good morning, everyone online that's online. And I'll try to keep this to 25 minutes and the presentation. So, we didn't hear about the motivation for the meeting itself, right? So this is an event that's organized by EC2U. It's an alliance of university, and part of the innovation hub is one of the WPs that deals with the third and fourth mission of the university, which is sometimes confused or not with the third and fourth helix and all these things. But basically, it's engagement with the community and getting the universities to interact with all the partners and really develop innovations for society. And this is the coordination of the 9 universities in that field. So what is the EC2U Alliance, right? It belongs to the European University Initiative, an Erasmus Plus framework, which promotes, mainly mobility between the universities and contact and interactions. We are now 65 alliances funded in 4 different strands. Our alliance, specifically EC2U, European Campus of City Universities, they're all peculiar and similar in a way. They all have, there we go. They all have a common ground, which is mid-size universities, most of them, if not all, with a really strong weight of the university in their economy and life, basically. Those 9 universities bring along 60 associated partners, and so basically what we try is to group them all. It also has a great impact on the Coimbra group, because they're all part of the Coimbra group of universities. And we got UMEA on board this last May. So we're now complete as 9 partners. And there has been projects, and EC2U itself is not focused on research at all, but there's been other associated projects like the 342 Research and Innovation for Citizens and Citizens, which dealt with an agenda for research, dealt with citizen science, open science, incorporation of those things, and it's actually the birth of this part of the work, which is the interaction of the EC2U with the living labs and the ecosystem. So that's the one of the characteristics, and I'm focused on a few characteristics of EC2U for you to have an idea. And because no one talked about EC2U so far, so I guess it has to show up. So then we also have virtual institutes based on research, and really the whole focus of the EC2U as a whole is focusing on sustainable development goals. Okay. So today I would like to tell you about what we've been working and the projects we've been working at the Laboratorio de Innovación. We haven't changed the name to English on purpose, right? And this has been, what I'm going to tell you is the path, I named it, to the establishment of a living lab, okay? And the story started almost now, and I've been almost 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, I arrived to Salamanca. I started working at the university on the 20th of September, and 2 months later, I wrote what's there, and on an application for what was a interdisciplinary projects call that was around at university. And basically that had a bit, you don't see it or you can't read it very well, maybe, but basically that has, many of the components of what is a living lab, right? A multidisciplinary team capable of validating ideas, working on prototypes and proof of concept towards creating impact, exploring hypotheses of the creation of impact and created added value. Well, the thing is, since that moment to today, we haven't really received any money for that idea, right? What we received support is, well, almost, because I think we're getting there. What we receive support is for the value that brings. And I'll explain. So the projects, right? So that is kind of a lesson learned. I guess that's the point of sharing that here with you, okay? And the other thing I wanted to say is that you have to think about the long run. It might pay off someday. That path is not linear. There's a lot of things that we have to go. And I know perhaps I'm getting a bit melodramatic here, but you may not be there to see it. It's not a question that you're going to die or disappear or whatever. It's that you have to think about doing things without being there at the end to see the result, okay? So where are we now, right? Now we're in a very different situation that we were in the beginning when I wrote those lines. And we're basically supported on an idea of integrating research, transfer, innovation, entrepreneurship, internalization, and cooperation. And all the three vice rectorates are very keen on the idea of establishing PAITI as an entity within the university, which is a strategic promotion of those areas. And within that, we'll focus on two areas. One is the institutional project implementation, which we can consider also the Laboratorio de Innovación as something that helps projects develop and keep on at the university. And what I'm going to tell you about today is all of those projects that came out throughout these 5 years that showed up from there, right? And then the other part is really supporting the community, okay? So that's the idea. And then so the story that I'm going to tell you a bit, and that it's the projects, right? And those are, so Green Suzuki was our first funded project. That gave rise to a few others which are smaller, TECUE, which is the regional transfer project network. So I'll tell you a bit about those. Then we have one which was about circular economy, which is called Circular Challenge. And then I'll name all of those throughout the talks, and we'll tell you a bit about them, okay? Even the one that were here yesterday, even the one about Shift Coimbra, it's how we participate and why we participate in Shift. Right, so bottom line, okay? So the first project was born because we had a problem of sustainability in a way, to use, let's say, agriculture practice. That we had an idea that was we brought before, that a lot of ideas don't get into commercialization, right? And so we had a strong position of IP, not we as university, but the owners of the project, let's say, and this is important, that we work with several owners of projects at certain points, and that we needed to try an eco-friendly path to develop this. And the idea of this project was on the focus of nature-based solutions, smart farming, and so on. The idea was that there are some volatiles on plants that might inhibit the laying of eggs of a certain species of fly, which impact a lot on the production of red fruits. That might be a long line of storyline, but it basically affects a lot of producers because they either sell it or don't sell anything. And so that is a high risk, and that provokes that companies use a lot of broad spectrum pesticides, and that really, what is now a non-issue, and this is what is actually considered, that you sometimes in your life have something which is a problem solved in a certain way, that provokes or brings in second tier problems, and this is kind of the environment, right? That this is the second tier. You can eat, so you have your problem solved, but the second tier problem is you're provoking damage. And obviously the regulation is established to do that, and it focuses on some limitations, and you have food security, but that stops you, and that stops innovation, and this is basically the basis of this project. It stops innovation because one, you have your problem solved, you have a problem solution fit to the market, and then there's no investment for this. So the first way we wrote this project with 3 companies, 3 public entities, and again, not funded, right? So we don't give up, and the idea is we just started with lending the idea with the public entities. So we had a second application, and basically we got this project funded. So basically this is based on nature-based solution, having plants as biofactories of volatiles that will stop the oviposition of these flies. And basically we got on board with 3 other Severo Ochoa institutes, research institutes, which are in Barcelona. And basically we work the 3 on that project. And it all really, it involves the creation of a new avenue for the market, for reaching the market, right? And so basically what we try to do throughout the project is connecting the dots, where the IP comes from, where the research capabilities are from, where is the funding and collaboration. So, and this is basically what we did, you know, where are the research capabilities, where different things are. So IRTA is doing all the it's probably the only place that we can have a controlled birth of a certain fly type, putting on cages, and there is a specific spot that they have the growing fields that you have. So basically here it's connecting the dots. Who has the research capabilities, not only at the university but outside, that have the research capabilities to do that. And basically what we're trying to do is coming out from the field and having a co-culture of crops, intercalated crops, and knowing what those affects a certain type of entomology variety, that the biodiversity of the culture. And that has to do then how you measure volatiles and so on. So this project was awarded, it's about to finish, and the idea is always answering what if really we have the solution, what needed to work, and what you needed to find out, the key to solve this hypothesis is how we measure volatiles on the field and bring it up to that machine there. So basically we needed to build a prototype, and again we found the people that can do the prototypes, and there's an example there, and this is the collaboration internal with the university where they helped us out building that stuff, and actually is doing experiments in Barcelona right now. So within this, other projects came about. We got a second prize of interaction with companies from TQE, and well, the thing got going. Okay, so that's one of the things that we've done or are doing. Okay, then I'll change project, and then started working on the field of first from agriculture to environment. Then the opportunity came for ecosystem development, and basically this is focused on place-based transformation, and that's a diagram from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation to explain what is circular economy. And that was basically when we got invited to got in the project is, does Salamanca wants to do something on circular economy around in Salamanca? And obviously, well, yes, what is there to be done? And basically, the idea was two things. We need to put some capacity for innovation in small and medium cap companies. Can you do that? That was the question. And the other thing is that, well, there's a dry port and we need to do a symbiosis plan. So can you help us with that? So basically, that's what our the project is much wider, but our part at the University of Salamanca really focus on these two parts. One is the capacitation in deep tech for small and mid cap in two verticals. We did agro and digital, or we're doing the two. And the other one was on an industrial symbiosis plan, which is actually being built. So this is the only case that we know, at least at regional level, where the design in terms of symbiosis of industrial plot, let's see, is from the start. So we're helping the city hall, which is the older, actually to promote that conversation, to be able to help them out drafting, or at least getting the framework draft and to build the coordination of what is the industrial symbiosis plan for Porto Seco and Salamanca. Right, so basically for that we need to recognize the global challenges, place them into local development, finding unique opportunities like this, having it, trying to be in a position of being a neutral player where everyone can, and we have mentioned this, to build trust for the partners we have to be able to help us out and basically be able to connect people to have, taking ideas forward. So the idea of an industrial symbiosis plan is relatively straightforward. Is what are the companies that are going to work there? What do they have in coming in? What's coming out? And how can you have that more circular? And that basically has to be done in dialogue, and it has to do collection of data, has to have to do with planification. So basically, this is the picture there is from, let's say the flagship of an industrial symbiosis plan in Denmark, which basically is there. The picture is there from 2018, but obviously this is the result. Those connections mean money and gas and water between all of those factories and plants on that set. But obviously that means that this is a development that took more than 25 years and been in design for more than 25 years. So where we're focusing is really on the capacities that the Salamanca dry port will have, which is on fertilizers and cereals, okay, and their specificities. So basically, this is what we're in. And then the other thing on circular challenge, it's the capacitation on deep tech, which is basically a program that we're doing with companies, is basically asking them what are your pains, what can we go and find out of technology that it can help them out with. And another type of project is basically where we did just a place of innovation lab, is just a place where innovation offer and demand meet. And basically this is public-private collaboration. Basically you say, well, a company has this pain, can we solve it? Can we find the capacities and draft the project? Another thing. So basically here, need detection, business development, project preparation, and capacity matching. So those are the things that we've done in this case, and then obviously the researchers take on their part. The other things we're doing at the Innovation Lab, which is something that, or Laboratorio de Innovação, it's a bit of incubation, which is nothing too particular. We don't get any impact on the way the spin-off does its business, but we basically have a bit of room and we very nicely offered them to them and just keep on going. And if we have an opportunity, we'll let them go and do what they do best, right? Just here, caring is just interest and providing a co-working space, being very attentive to the needs of the main researcher funding streams, providing them with networking opportunities, a bit of guidance, and give them publicity in a bit, which they do something which is very interested for the environment, which is basically they are a company which is building on a very likely upcoming change in regulation where we will need to quantify what ecosystems and the natural capital, so basically the biodiversity that exists on different levels and the data that is gathered to be able to have estimates of what the added value of natural capital gives you to the ecosystem when there's fires, when there's all these things. So natural capital matters is someone that we have guys around sitting with us. And then you heard Angela yesterday on the Shift project, and here our small contribution is to be together with the city hall hand by hand and helping them translate what they're doing in Coimbra to what we might do or not do in the city. So basically helping out. Obviously this is a big project stream, like actually the EC2U and the alliances, the University Alliance. There's the same size initiative in terms of cities. So this is a project, and we're basically just helping the city hall in terms of capacitation, being able to have the project and have that going, basically establishing who's managing, who's running the project, what tasks needs to be done, what kind of stakeholders that we can have on board. So those kind of things, basically. So again, supporting EC2U associated partners. It's answering the challenge of having capacity building for institutions that really are not ready for the projects, and then helping them on project management. So that's one of the things. And then the last project, which is the recent, which is going to start in September, has to do with resilience and agriculture and orphan legumes. I don't know what you know about orphan legumes, but basically the grandma beans, basically, the things that we stopped culturing. They're small regions throughout Europe, and especially in Castilla y León, that had their really legumes, and there was issues with a lot of the advantage of their use. So there's a lot of advantage of the use of legumes, not only for food, but for feed, for animals, and also in agriculture. So we heard Carla mention soil enrichment and basically all that. So basically, we got into a project where we're dealing with policy and socioeconomic tools. It's 25 partners, 5 millions. So the principal investigators belong or have the roots on EC2U universities. We're talking about changing policy and marketing rules here. So basically here is a project that goes from bench to policy, like most others of the European Union, if they're successful. So with that, and I told you about different projects, and then I'll try to unite them all here. So basically this is what my idea of a living lab is, that we have a spectrum of transfer, which takes a lot of different parts and connecting from what is research, or which is a core of the universities, or a core of that intersection, and how to get to market. And there's a lot of work which has nothing to do with research or the research spectrum. It has not a specific type of stakeholder. You have to either involve the city hall, or within the city hall, the political part of the administrative part, or it has nothing to do with the level of advancement of your technology, if you're market ready, if you're socially relevant. But it's a path that goes from different types of information, like the one that we started, for instance, in Green Suzuki, which was a part of an abandoned patent, right? That we have to go and do that in terms of building a prototype, which on the other part of the scale. So I put it there, the projects that I told you about, on that scale that goes from the core of what is technology transfer or knowledge transfer off to way to impact. So basically, different projects go and extend in different ways, right? So Shift Coimbra, for instance, you heard Angela yesterday, and basically we're helping on the transfer package. And here we're talking about, and I have my time coming up, so the 25 minutes are okay. So I didn't have this clocked, but it went all right. So basically, this is wider engagement, basically, and it goes from policy and changing of municipal policy to the third and fourth mission of universities. From Prosperity, we have a much broader project. We have involved in living labs and social economic tools and policy, but it goes all the way to research in terms of the genetic of these legumes and using that. We're not involved in all parts of the project, but yes, so that's the way that the things that we need. Fur Twins, which was a project, this one that I briefly mentioned, has really, it's just a public-private partnership. Basically, I need some capacities of the university. Can you do the service for me? And then that's one part of it. The circular challenge has a bit of capacity building, and that goes on kind of technology push and say where is your technology, where you need it, and commercialization of that. And Green Suzuki is just validating if this idea has some possibilities. So I'm trying to say is that what the Living Lab is working on this, the last slide is what the Living Lab, or our Living Lab, or Laboratório de Inovação is basically working through the spectrum of this, through different projects. Basically, that's what I wanted to say. Okay? And that's it.
Thank you.
I think. So questions, if someone has, if we have time.
I don't see any question in the online floor. Anna, congratulations. Well,
And Anna can come up while I'll place her presentation.
okay, but do you see the question of Anna in your type? No.
You have a question, Carla. Come on.
Okay. Well, very nice presentations. I really like to know when you told your history about these 5 years of work. And also, I am really curious because you said that this butterfly or circular economy, it's like 3 years ago, and the idea is to create this beautiful symbiosis in one part or one sector. But I was thinking about the first thing that you did. You said about the engagement of the communities, and for other part, I would like to know why do you think you are struggling with this budget in terms of budget? Because I don't know if you have the support now, the university, the director of the university. And if you can to tell something about the engagement with the social society, civil society.
In a lot of organizations, stated goals are not aligned with available resources. That happens in a lot of organizations. So that's just the way it is. And then so you need to find the resources, because normally they're dependent. So that's the answer to the question. The short answer is that, sometimes you don't have to find economic support where you find political support or administrative support. They don't have to be aligned, and it's just a question of managing expectations. If that, especially when you're innovating, you're finding places where you find support where there are not resources aligned with that. So part of the work is aligning that, and part of why it's so slow is also that. I think that answers more or less the question. Well, this is actually one question that we had a nice Santiago say.
I am curious about that.
Yeah, you have a very low engagement with. We have very limited resources, so we have to choose very well with who we interact with, and obviously that can be improved. But yeah, the way we do is, for instance, on the Green Suzuki project, we had a selected conversation with people that grow cherries and that have a cherry plantation of like 10 acres and a farmer which has 2 cherry trees, and that they're in different. We would love to have that broadened, but you have to select and very much where you put your resources, and that's with more resources, more things can be done. But that's basically. We do not forget about them, but it's basically sometimes we have to walk alone. Anna, come along.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I had to present you as well, I guess. Or maybe can you present yourself? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Easy
Okay.
way.
Well, it's more or less included in the presentation. Well, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this interesting event. It is always nice to come back to the university. My name is, thank you. My name is Arroyo, and I have the luck to work in Texas Foundation, whose long name is Social Technologies Foundation. At Texas, we apply innovation and information and communication technologies to improve people's skills, and thereby their quality of life, paying special attention to the most vulnerable groups. But Texas will not exist without a great organization behind it, such as Spanish Red Cross, as you can see in the screen. Spanish Red Cross, together with Vodafone Spain Foundation, was our founder in 2002, already demonstrating that at that time a strong commitment to the social potential of innovation and technology. This commitment continues to drive nowadays, and this is why I'm here today, to show you that Texas is just one example of everything that Red Cross is doing to bring innovation and technology closer to the most vulnerable. I'm here to show you one of the best examples of this strong commitment to innovation that the Spanish Red Cross has. Because innovation in Red Cross means all these things that you can see here. To provide comprehensive responses, offering solutions to vulnerable individuals from a human development perspective, to work for the social innovation, promoting effective solutions to complex problems, aligned, of course, with the Sustainable Development Goals, to move forward a digital transformation, integrating technological innovation into the care and interaction with people. So, as I said before, I'm here to show you the best example of this innovation approach, and it is the INNOVEAS Center. INNOVEAS is an innovation space that promotes personal autonomy through support in the use of technological solutions. Digital rights are an extension of human rights. The lack of access to goods and services in the digital realm creates inequality. We contribute to and advance the European DigComp Challenge, Digital Competence Framework for Citizens, which is a framework developed by the European Commission that defines the digital competencies needed for citizens to fully participate in the digital society. Since you know, I hope, that the Spanish Red Cross is a humanitarian organization with a very strong volunteer-driven character, you won't be surprised to hear that volunteering is the cornerstone for knowledge transfer and digital support. Their work is essential to promote proper and optimal use of technology, which can provide meaningful responses and positive changes in the quality of life of the vulnerable individuals. About INNOVEAS, you also need to know that it is located here in the region of Castilla y León, specifically in the city of Valladolid, in a 3-story facility, and it is managed by the team at the regional office of Spanish Red Cross in Castilla y León. It is a really, really nice and special place, so I really encourage you to visit it whenever you have the opportunity. INNOVEAS' main action lines are these ones: the reduction of the digital divide, supporting people in vulnerable situations, the dissemination of humanitarian technology and its high power to achieve well-being and personal autonomy, and the open co-creation, encouraging collaboration between companies, technology centers, universities, and citizens. The development of the INNOVEAS school is also a key point, as it manages the entire learning area through which the organization aims to ensure real equality of opportunity in the digital age. Through this school, the Red Cross provides the necessary support, guidance, and appropriate technical resources for users' learning and the reduction of the digital divide. As an associated center of Castilla y León Digital, a program promoted by the regional government of Castilla y León, We offer free in-person training in artificial intelligence and the use of useful applications for citizens, transport apps, healthcare, online procedures, Android, iPhone. This allows us to complement the workshops conducted by INNOVEAS volunteers and even offer specific training for the team. It also enables us to learn about other initiatives in the network and update content. Another special collaboration focuses on basic financial education training is developed in INNOVEAS. Thanks to EduFinet, an initiative by Fundación Unicaja, we offer workshops on the use of mobile banking apps, internet security, and ATM operation. We offer also several workshops that use augmented and mixed reality to create immersive experiences. Each week we do a different virtual trip. This is very fun. We visit a country through 360-degree videos, complemented by music and culture from that country. Furthermore, we are currently developing a pilot program with adaptive 3D glasses to promote emotional well-being and help prevent cognitive decline. Also, we inform, advise, and guide on the use of voice assistants, home automation, and smart devices, and how this can improve the quality of life of vulnerable individuals in their homes, and of course, break the digital gap. To support this, we have recreated a fully functional home environment at INNOVEAS. We raise awareness among all stakeholders about the need to incorporate this type of technology to address the situations of vulnerable faced by the individuals. In this context, we are also currently developing a pilot project, Alexa as an ally for home accessibility, in which a group of dependent people are testing Alexa and peripheral devices connected to Alexa to improve their autonomy at home, being able to manage lights, appliances, TVs in a natural way, just using their voice. We also have a wide interaction with the academic world. We regularly receive visits from educational institutions, student groups, and teaching staff from various disciplines: care for dependent individuals, architecture, computer science, social education, or social work, among others. Our main goal here is to promote innovation from an early age and the creation of safe and accessible spaces, including in the digital realm. A part of the academic community, we also collaborate and have partnerships with other relevant stakeholders and key actors of the innovation field, such as different enterprise clusters, other civil society organizations, and of course the public administration, as you have seen in previous slides. And now, please let me to make a small note to one of the most special projects we have developed at Texas. And you will quickly see the strong connection this project has with INNOVEAS Center and the INNOVEAS model. Orientatech is an initiative whose main objective is to bring social technologies closer to those who need them the most. In Orientatech, we provide reliable and accessible information about social technology products available on the market, bringing them closer to end users and encouraging developers and manufacturers to improve their solutions through our feedback. Orientatech advise about technological solutions and products which promote the active aging, the personal autonomy, the health and the well-being of older people, people with disabilities and other situations of vulnerability. We apply an own methodology that we share with the society, and it is based on the evaluation of technological products by experts and users, and real users, through a double strategy: technical verification and social validation, using defined criteria and a multidisciplinary approach. Most part of these evaluation processes and tests are performed in the Orientatech laboratory, which is located in Madrid, that is where I work, in the central office of Spanish Red Cross. And I'm happy to say that we are working hard to implement soon a second physical laboratory and point of attendance to people. Where? Can you imagine? Of course, at INNOVEAS center. I'm sure that we are soon achieve this goal. Orientatech Orientatech activity takes shape in an intuitive and accessible web that serves as a search and comparison tool for social technologies. You can use it in this link, and after that, if you have the opportunity to look a little, I hope that you tell me how you see this portal later. Just like in INNOVEAS, in Orientatech, we are committed to collaborating with companies dedicated to the social technology. This way, companies can propose their solutions to be evaluated, provided that, of course, they need to be innovative and based on information and communication technologies. They need to be available in the Spanish market, and they need to promote autonomy and active living. Another big line of work that INNOVEAS and Texas share in general is this collaboration with other entities and countries in the development of European innovation projects. It is a great opportunity to share knowledge and experience with other countries and to expand our work beyond our borders. Recently, we have two examples of projects submitted to the same European call. The first one is POCTEC, Ruralía Sociosaludables, that is digital innovation and artificial intelligence solutions for social and healthcare services in cross-border rural areas. And the second one is the POCTEC ECR, that is promotion of active aging in cross-border rural areas through solutions based on exercise games and robotics. And just to conclude, a few figures to illustrate the scope and impact of INNOVEAS these 2 last years. In 2024, we had 560 completed activities, which have reached 2,462 participants, and this has been possible through the important work of 24 volunteers who have dedicated 1,983 volunteer hours. And in the current year, we have so far 338 completed activities, let's skip the slide, which have reached 1,535 participants, and we are working hard to surpass, of course, the numbers from 2024. And that's all from my side. I don't know if I have been very quick. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's keep innovating together.
It only means that we have a bit of more time to have some questions.
Okay.
Does anyone from the audience want to, while we check? Santé, I saw that you. No, is that the light? I cannot see you. The light just doesn't help.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this project in INNOVEAS. This is the first time that I hear this kind of project. I think you have the voice now to explain how to engage with people, because you work on that a lot of time. But my question also is, if you have, because you explained that sometimes universities are interested into project and comes and visit and these things. If you have or maybe in the future, the idea to have this group of control, and then when we state in this INNOVEAS project with many kind of different components, and then what happened with the quality of life of these people? And I think it's more elder than young people.
So you want to know if we
if you have some studies now, or maybe you can plan to do for the future.
Yes, of course, we are in contact and in collaboration with different universities, and in fact, in this, maybe I have skipped very fast, But in these two European projects that I mentioned, of course, universities are involved, and if we win this project and have the opportunity to execute them, we will, of course, be in collaboration with the universities, and it will be a pilot test, and of course, an evaluation, and a group of control will be involved.
Yeah, because this is like blue zones, you know, different factors. According to the academy, different factors that increase and improve the quality of life. Mm-hmm. And I think with this kind of project, we can identify what is the factors that contribute to this quality of life.
Of course.
I think you are doing an amazing job in your institution.
Of course.
And with volunteers, you know.
In every project that the Spanish Red Cross and Texas develop, this is a very important point, and we are very worried to know the previous stage of the person, the people that is involved in a pilot test, and of course the after managing the solutions of a project or whatever. It's very important to ask them, and it is something that we do usually. To ask directly to the persons that are using the solutions what is their feedback, and it's the most important thing for us.
Thank you, and hopefully we can read this kind of studies soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
We have already the speaker online, the next one, but so I wanted to just find out if there's questions, and I'm trying to, and I don't see anything else. Well, Dana has a question. So Dana,
Yeah, thank you. I was raising my hand not because I want to speak, which I will soon, but I actually have a question.
You had a question.
I still have a question. So first of all, congratulations, Anna, to this amazing results from your project. And especially the last two slides I found very impressive, because you listed the number of volunteers that you have and the amazing hours of work they put in, and then, you know, all the results. Do you have a secret in recruiting and motivating your volunteers?
We really don't know. I think it's just the name, Red Cross.
100 years of work. 100 years of work on Red Cross. That's probably the.
But we are really, really lucky to have this network of volunteers, and day by day we realize that our work is not possible without them. So it's something that. Emotion to me, that makes me emotion a lot, and it's something to be very, very glad and thankful.
Yeah, congrats again, very impressive.
And this makes the wonderful transition that Dana is the next speaker, and you can see her on screen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much for the results and for everything that you do at Red Cross, and being able to come and show us that. Dana is a great friend of EC2U. She's part of our heart. She's been there from the start. She's now focused on Universum, which is another ecosystem effort. But she's been, my lead. So the person I have to, the testimony that I got from Dana on EC2U, that I'm trying to carry over. She's in Jena, one of our universities, and she will now present Universum and what they do there as on the Living Lab theme. Again, Dana, thank you so much for your spiritual support and help and friendship.
Thank you. Always, Ricardo, always for you and for EC2U. I just started my presentation because I think it's really scary if you have the picture of me on such a big screen, so I limited I limited myself. So thank you again for having the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm really sorry to not be there in person. Of course, I always like to travel, but today we had lots of stuff going on, so I'm coming to you via Zoom. And it is really great, all the expertise gathered there and online in this Living Lab networking event. And I'm really happy to present some of our activities Ricardo already introduced that. I'm situated at the University of Jena, but I'm also taking care of a big network, and I will introduce that to you in a second, that really encompasses all the research institutions, the city of Jena, and also businesses. And we do lots of great stuff together that I will show you now. So the title of my input today is Living the Living Lab Principles. And so first of all, hello from Jena. I'm sitting in that big tower you can see right here, right in the middle. That's my office. And I'm looking, of course, towards the sun. That's looking east, but you know, it's a morning picture. This is Jena in the middle of Germany with a nice little river and nice cozy city. And we have 1/4 of our population are the students. So it's a university city. Yeah, so what is the university all about, and what is the network Universum all about? To set the scene for you, we are on the way to become a 4th generation university, and that for us means moving beyond knowledge transfer to enable knowledge valorization, to really not just think of transfer as a directional activity. Also to build spaces for co-creation and connection, with participation playing a major role. And also, this is where the network comes into play, nurturing the strong regional networks for maximum social impact and global visibility. And only with those networks are, such things as living labs even possible, because we need the networks, we need the people to come together and really extend the activities of, being in a lab and developing stuff for a certain target group to participate and engage the stakeholders that really profit then from the result. So we try to live the living lab principles. And what are the living lab principles for us, or for me personally? 4 things. First of all, co-creation and participation are a major component. Real-world experimentation, just get it out there. And also to make it regionally relevant. So that is really tailored to the needs of the region or the city or the rural area, wherever you are. It has to be tailored to the needs of your region. And also make it sustainable. So just thinking in projects does not really help. You need a sustainable governance structure that really helps and enables all the changes and the setup of those living labs to be persistent over time. So how do we live the living lab principles here in Jena? I will bring you this triangle because that always represents very nicely what we're doing. So we are thinking in 3 major points. First of all, we think in formats, we think in partnerships, and third, we think in spaces that are needed to do all that. And I would like you to take you on a tour, because I don't want to speak, just generally about these categories, but I want to bring some concrete, real-life examples to you. So formats and the open forum. What is the open forum Jena? This is something new, and I'm really excited about that, not just because we have a lovely corporate design, very colorful, and that makes me happy every time I see it, and not just because we have now gummy bears that also taste good, so it looks good and tastes good, this new corporate design, but because of all the activities that we're doing together. The open forum is now it's a product, first of all, that is the first product that comes out of a 1-year intense program. We have got some money, in which the city and the university really worked together in a tandem. We had to apply for that program, so it was competitive. It was a competition, what a competitive approach, and Jena was one of the 8 projects out of 51 that got selected to develop this open forum. So that was our goal. We want to develop this open forum, and I will tell you now what it's all about. First of all, we like to work better together, meaning on a professional level. So we match scientists with the representatives of the city, so the municipalities, and also, that enables knowledge exchange, data exchange, strategy exchange. So there's a lot of things to talk about. And both of us, the university and the city of Jena, we both have a common target group, and that is the citizen, of course. So we talk about and we develop new formats that strengthen the way we reach those target groups, the citizens, via co-creation, participation, experimentation, and those are the Living Lab principles. So these are new formats and new ways of reaching out that develops, further from the former notion of transfer. And you can see here, working in a tandem, we really mean that. So this is the city section. She's the head of a big department. It is one of the mayors of Jena for social affairs, health, climate, and migration. And this is me. This is our colleague responsible for the whole health department at the city of Jena. And this is our vice president for university community and engagement. And what exactly are we doing in this open forum? So what are we, aiming at? So this year, our focus topic is public health. So this is due to the interest of the department of the city that, volunteered to be our partner in this project, and their topic is public health. So we took that topic. So it's really coming from them, the city. And this is the first event that we had just last month. We had a scientific lecture, nothing new so far. We all know about scientific lectures. You can see our professor here. Then we had a discussion among stakeholders. Again, something we, sometimes have. We have representatives from the city, from the government, from the university hospital, and our professor. And then we also had a real dialogue. We had a packed room, so there were new rooms left, new spaces left. And then we really addressed the issues and the problems of the citizens. So we really went all the way down to a playground, to problems with the missing trees and missing shade, and being able to be out in summer without those protection measures not possible. So that affects the mental health of the young children. And then we really talked about those issues on the ground. So we built the bridge from science, from the studies to the real problems in Jena, and then also defined the next steps on how to deal with them. So that was a very, very, very good first event of this open forum. And as you can see, probably you can't see that, that's our new public library. So we went outside of the university building to really just meet people where they already are. And this is, when we speak about the Living Lab principles, this is the principle, of course, of regional relevance. Another event that we had just a couple of days ago was another format, like an action day where we had hands-on activities. And I probably don't share the sound, but just for you as a complimentary impression, I start this video. I don't know if you can hear the sound. No, okay. So I can just continue talking, that's fine. So you can see here that we were outside again in the city, in the heart of the city, at the city hall. There's a dedicated space for experimentation where that you can just rent and do, whatever legally appropriate things you like to plan. And we went out there because we had a big market day and we were trying to just invite the visitors of the market into the city lab. And we did also some gamification, so we had some stamps that you could collect, and the little stands that you could see were all scientific, from science to really appliance, really the translation game of how to put science into good use. And people just came in and visited the researchers and the different, that kind of format already. And that was also really successful. We have yet to really convince all the people that just walk by to come in. That's still, you could see the steps at the beginning. People still, were a bit hesitant to come inside. So we have to do something in front of the building next time. But it was like a fun game, an easy game to mingle, and also to get some feedback from the citizens on what they expect from research, what kinds of applications and so on, devices they would like and they would need in their homes, at their workplace, to live a healthy life. Yeah. And here you can see some more pictures of the day, and we have a very good response on social media, because as you can see, of course, this, Android attracted a lot of attention. The kids loved him. They queued up to shake his hands and ask him some silly questions. So that was very good, and also strategically posed and positioned to just invite everybody in. And the school kids, as you can see here, really loved it. And this is our Lord Mayor. He was there, and also the partner from the city who is co-chairing the project. And they both just visited this area and were very happy with the result. And this is just a glimpse into the first two formats that we had with the open forum. And this is just the beginning, of course. We would like to continue to develop this format from mere events that are really necessary and really a good way of getting in touch with the citizens, to a more, let's say, profound way of cooperation, and then living the living lab principles, and really for the whole city to become a living lab on different topics, with different stakeholders, with different also projects going on in the background, because the potential is definitely there. And we would really like to increase the research and innovation cooperations between the city, and also between the city, the university, and the businesses. We have this, here and there, really good projects going on, but we really would like to make it more systematic and more strategically aligned with the goals of each partner. For the public health topic, we will now in September, we will now set up a matching event with the goal of establishing a community of practice. So this will be the first community of practice locally on the topic of public health, and we would like to also extend this idea of having communities of practice to other fields of action. What is, of course, really important is the potential of students and the potential of their creativity, and also the skills that they acquire during their studies. So it will become a vital component of our further activities to involve the students. Within the scope of EC2U, we had a very successful event last year, the EC2U Makeathon. And this was designed to collect challenges from our partners, cities, and also the companies. Salamanca did a great job also attracting and getting big companies on board. And to let those challenges be addressed or tackled by the students. So they had 24 hours to come up with, some sort of, not a solution, but at least an approach on how to address the challenge. And we had that locally in each of the EC2U cities, and also in a live stream. It was a big event, and the students really loved it. So for us, this was just a really initiation to think of how to improve that and how to develop that further in the context of living labs, also in the context of this open forum, to reflect on the roles of the students in this setting. And we definitely will go on and establish more, formats like student clinics, like service learning. That will be, very important future steps. And what received that is actually a bottom-up idea that was, greeted with interest, coming from our vice president and her, counterpart on the city side. They would really like to job shadow each other for a day. So we're thinking of having some sort of a fellowship, not Lord of the Rings connected, some sort of fellowship program where for at least a couple of, maybe 1 or 2 days, the counterparts on each side can visit the other one at the university within the city department, and to really learn and listen and try to understand what the perspective of the partner is, because this is something that is also very valuable to me. Having some time, some real time, and this is a great opportunity with this 1-year program to have some time, not just a 5-minute and quick project meeting, some dedication to understand what the issues of the cities really are and how the city works. Because only then can you set up a living lab, because you have to place it somewhere. It is for the community. You have to build the community, and you have to build that together. Otherwise, you will just have, something in the city, but not with the city. So you really need some time to make that work and to understand each other. Yeah, the second one, the partnerships, and I now would like to introduce you to the network Untiversum that I'm representing. Untiversum is the network of the University of Jena and all the local stakeholders, and we have the mission to connect science, business, and society. The network was funded in 2021 as a non-profit association and currently has 29 members. We have a lot of research institutions here in Jena, as you can see, 18, including the University of Applied Science, University Hospital, and non-university institutions, and also some foundations, and the city of Jena, and 8 big companies. And what we're doing here, you can see on the right-hand side, this is our areas of action, starting with research infrastructure, marketing, research marketing, research exchange, outreach to society, and also the regional development in general, just having working groups and all of these, and connecting all the stakeholders in those areas. And regarding Living Lab principles, this is part of sustainable governance. And just a quick glimpse for you to see what Untiversum is doing. We connect people on very different levels, from just everybody, like we had a big future conference, to very specific working groups that you can see here. This is us being deep in one of the hills with a big laser, and people who never see the sunlight, but we connect and talk about IT infrastructure in that working group. We connect all the communication people in another meetup. You can see us here. There's a big construction site in Jena. And we also, this is a picture of us setting up new connections in a new field. For example, this was our bioeconomy symposium. Bioeconomy is one area in Jena that is not yet that connected. We have lots of very well-connected areas, but bioeconomy is relatively new here to just bring everybody together. So this is what we're doing when it comes to making people meet. We also provide an open source platform to share research infrastructures. This is really necessary to also bring researchers together, and also the companies, for them it's also interesting. And that means knowledge for all. We developed a label that connects research and society. So whenever you see that label on an announcement as a citizen, and this is the promise of the event, you can go there, you will understand what the scientists talk about. It is just easy and interactive. And so on the scientist side, if you offer an event, you really have to meet all those criteria to be able to get this label. And a topic that is very dear to me, and this is also just an illustration of what I talked about before, the EC2U Makeathon. the topic of public engagement. So really being able to facilitate the knowledge valorization, to make all the voices be heard, to co-create solutions together and to create something that is of value for the general public, for society. This is something that we also engage in. And just because it's so important, and Ricardo already said that, EC2U is a big partner for Universum. The network itself is an associated partner since 2023. And before that, I was also involved as a lead or co-lead on different work packages, Science with and for Society and also Innovation Sphere. These are topics that also, I think, are central to an idea of a living lab. Yeah, and last but not least, for the spaces, because I'm actually really proud of that and really excited about seeing it become a reality. I'm also, one of my daily work now, part of my daily work now is the forum. That is a building that does not yet exist. So we are planning that now, and the groundbreaking, as you can see here, will start this year. So it will happen. Already some preparation work is being done. And I told you before that I'm working in that big tower, so I can see the construction site from my window. So I can always see, okay, what's going on here? Is it something to be seen right now? And this hub really brings together the scientists, the researchers, of course. We have a science lounge, we have co-working spaces, also a conference area. But this ground level will also be home of the open forum, and also will be a place for dialogue and collaboration, and hopefully also a physical space to have some living labs or living labs exhibitions, and really bring this idea closer to everybody, not just the citizens, but also to the scientists. And the University of Jena is really lucky because this whole building is being funded by the ICECyL Foundation, one of the local foundations here. And it is a tricky process, I'm not going to lie. It is a little bit exhausting to build that building. But in the end, there will be a roof terrace and all the worries will be forgotten in 2028. So I invite you all to come there to Jena and let's meet on the roof terrace. Okay. Yeah, as you said.
Santiago already accepted, eh?
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, and also speaking about governance, just as an additional just thought, I presented the Universum to you that has a very fixed governance board comprised of all the stakeholders from the city and also from the university. And on the other hand, the governance at the university also changed, and it changed in favor of something like living labs, or the whole idea of public engagement and intermingling with the city and the citizens. Because what is new now, of course, we always, we have the president, we always had the president, we still have the president. What changed now is this vice presidency here that you can see on the bottom right corner, the vice presidency for university, community and engagement. So this is new since November 24. I am the directive, what am I? The directing manager. Yeah, I'm directing manager of this vice presidency. And that opens up really a broad window of opportunities for all those topics, including living labs, including public engagement. And this really puts some, momentum to everything that we've been doing in the last years. Because now having this direct access to the university leadership, being able to, just write ideas into all of the papers, it is a lot of work, but it's strategically, this whole, topic has never been in a better position than now. You might know that there's a big competitive initiative in Germany for the excellence universities, and for the first time the University of Jena is able to apply to become a university of excellence. And there's a lot of money connected to that, but it's really tough to become one. And we're writing all the text right now, all the strategic, as I introduced before, with the fourth generation university in view. We're writing all the papers now. And, you know, this topic that connects us all, I can put that into the text right now. And this is something that makes me happy. Also, you know, losing some sleep. But just the whole, you know, endeavor that we are encountering together here is in a really good place. And I hope, you know, of course, that we will come in on University of Excellence, but we'll see. This is the arrow, just to point that out again. Okay, so just to summarize everything I've said, living the Living Lab principles for us means university as a part of a connected, engaged and democratic society. And we, of course, have to do that together by building bridges between people, topics, and institutions. And we need the space. I think that's really important to create space for exchange, participation, and innovation. And with that, as you can see here, the principles have become an integral part of everything that we're doing right now. And I think we have to talk about that more. And if you're interested, just send me an email or ask Ricardo for my phone number. Thank you very much.
Dana, fantastic as always. And I'm going to make your day telling you that George just distributed the recipes of innovation book here on the table, so you know.
Very nice.
So it's here in presence. Sometimes making things physical, and so I'll open up the floor if there's questions. Santi, I'm sure you noted some stuff there.
But at the moment, don't have exactly one question.
So, Unniversum, is it making an impact, or things are the way they used but just better connected? It's. I know it's a difficult one.
It's already an impact. I think we have to talk about impact on different scales. You know, starting with the micro impact of just people meeting and having no hesitation to contact each other more often, or just lowering the barriers of doing stuff together. And this is something that I can see when I look at, you know, all the meetings and the working groups. What I can also see is the impact on a more, you know, larger scale. For example, that we have had different events for the University of Applied Science and the University of Jena, and now they're doing joint events to attract new students. This is something I think that came out of Unniversum. Also new research, also research infrastructure. I would say it does make an impact. But still, there's room to improve. We need more people to do that, and especially when it comes to living labs. I think to really, you know, put it out of the heads and the labs and onto the street, and really inviting participants in. I think this is something that comes together now with the open forum, and we need more time to really make it match and invite more people to come and work with us.
Obviously, and Unniversum is quite young and oh, there's a question somewhere. I need to find out because they come from 3 different places and so on. Okay, how do you enable new projects from scratch? In previous projects, you were creating innovation lighthouses. Seems always difficult to start from the beginning. I don't know where enable projects from scratch. I don't think there's always a project. There's always an idea, but you know. So that's the idea. How do you help them out? You know, projects from scratch actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, starting from scratch kind of is my thing. So I don't know. Seems something you know, something wrong here. No, but you know, in all honesty. For example, with the bioeconomy sector that is quite new, we did a very nice matching event where people pitched their own research, and then we had different tables where people connected to create ideas, new project ideas. This is now research talking, but just bringing people together and making them realize they have a common agenda or just some points of interest that they could further, develop or further just continue where it goes. This is something that we do quite often. We call that structured networking. We did that also in EC2U, where people had to draw lines of connection to people, after one pitch after the other, to think through, is this a partner, is this a topic that could be relevant for me? And then we went from there, from the connections to the next step, just formulating an idea. And then actually for the topic of bioeconomy in Jena, we have now, I think, 3 written proposals, starting from the matching event, then meeting again, and then people were able to continue on their own and actually really produced proposals.
That's quite impressive, to be honest.
Pardon? I have my question. Hello, Dana. My question is a little utopic, but I like to do. When we see watching this experience like the forum of another living labs, we are watching the future. We are watching the 20th century meals and workshop of the future, or no?
Yes, of course. I mean, looking into the future, we had a quite interesting day yesterday because we did some, Ricardo knows that because I did that to you as well, Ricardo. We did a Lego series play and we invited the whole university community to build with Lego their dream university. And when it comes to spaces, if I just understood your question correctly, and the spaces of the future and also spaces where living labs could take place, of course, this is not, the forum is already a few years old in the planning process. What I envision as a perfect space for living labs, and we actually saw that yesterday, created with Lego, is a more open space, is a space that also we also have a little cafe. It has, nice coffee. It has a good maker space. It has also some books, a space for people to meet, and that would be the perfect space for something like a living lab. So I think the forum in Jena, the thing that we are building now, we need that. It's a little bit the future, but I think we need more visions and more visionary thinking when it comes to spaces and places that we need to make it happen. Yeah.
Ecosystem co-design. Well, Dana, thank you very much. Obviously, you're connected, so we know where you are, and we always hope you participate. So we're going to move on. Be free to stay, and if you can, again, thank you very much. And
thank you all.
I'm now moving on to João Paulo. On the screen you see Vera Ferro, but that's the connection with IPB, and IPB is the Polytechnical University Institute, whatever we translated it, but Polytechnic University of Bragança, which is a city close to Salamanca, relatively close to Salamanca. It's about 2 hours drive, 2 hours and a bit drive from here. And it actually is the university which is closer to Salamanca, which belongs to a different alliance. And that's why I asked Vera, and that's why João Paulo is here to tell us a bit about what's happening in Bragança, which is not that far away. So in terms of living labs and activities and on, and what is happening at their alliance and so on. Paulo, you are not on the screen yet, but you can hear me, right? And I can see you. Yeah, you can hear me. So, and you're now on screen, and I think you now can share a screen, and the floor is yours. So, welcome, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is João Paulo. I'm from IPV. IPV is a small university in the northeast of Portugal, and we are included in the STARS EU Alliance. It's an alliance of several universities from Europe. I will explain next. And we are working to one university for Germany, Bremen, from Poland, La Laguna is Spanish, Salesian is also in our France, Portugal, Sweden, and also we include Albania University also. So our alliance is, we have a lot of projects, a lot of different approaches, and one of our activities is the Living Lab approach. In STARS EU, we work with one kind of concept, is a thematic interest group, and we work around 9 thematic interest groups, we call TIGs, about energy transition, sustainable and industry, healthy aging, art, circular economy, living labs, living space, entrepreneurship and innovation, digital transformation and inclusion. Our living labs work around these 9 thematic groups, and we work and try to work all these areas that are very important for us, for the alliance of these 9 universities. So, what is the concept of living labs in STARS EU? In STARS EU, we think that we can create the traditional living labs. I will explain next with some diagrams. It's better to understand our idea. And our living labs is to create, as said before by the colleague from Germany, is about, okay, we have different kind of stakeholders, industry, academy, researchers, and so on, students. For example, we have a lot of students included in our living labs, municipalities, and so on. So we have a different approach about what we think it's better for our 9 regions, and we try to connect our regions to work together. So this is our idea, our framework, what we think it's we think about and try to develop a living lab. Normally, the living lab, okay, I will try to explain here, is focused in this part of the co-creation. Okay, this traditional co-creation approach, ideation, prototyping, user validation, and so on. But in our idea of living labs, we also include 2 different things. First is the left side is about the curriculum lab, and the curriculum lab is the integration in our living lab, all the things about new teaching, learning offers, and so on. For example, when we develop a living lab, we try to understand what are the needs about the learning and the new teachings that are required. For example, now we are creating micro-credentials. For example, in this living lab that we are developing now, we identify that our stakeholders in our regions need different kinds of skills, of competencies, and so on. So we create in IPV micro-credentials, different curricular unities, master programs, PhD programs, that we try to solve the problems from our region, our stakeholders. So the first approach of our living lab is not only to the co-creation, but also the part of the learning or teaching, or that we call curriculum lab. Also, in the other side is the part of the challenge lab. So when we identify some problems from our stakeholders, also we try to solve these in our research centers, in applied research, and so on. So it's the other approach. So our idea of a living lab is not only about focus on co-creation, but also in part of the teaching, learning, competencies, and so on that we can develop and we can create and help stakeholders with different kind of learning curricular unities and so on. By other side is the challenge lab that we try to help our stakeholders that work in our living labs to solve problems and so on. So our approach is different for the traditional living labs, and we try to connect here the part of the curriculum lab and also the challenge lab is our approach and the way that we work in our STASIU Alliance. So we have here the description of each phase. First phase is about to identify the external stakeholders, identify needs, opportunities, and so on. So the first approach that we have, when we create a living lab with different approaches, with different stakeholders, municipalities, companies, students, research, teachers, and so on, citizens, and so on. So when we create our living lab, so first, is normal for all the living labs, identify the needs and the opportunities that we can work. What is the difference here to the other living labs? Because as we are alliance, we are 9 partners, we identify different needs in different regions and we can work together. For example, we have here a living lab in Bragança, in IPV, Bragança, in Portugal, and we have partners from Albania, Netherlands, France, for example, that are working together with the stakeholders from other regions and try to solve problems that they have, the same problems that they have, and so on. So the first part is identify the problems, identify the stakeholders, and identify in different regions, in different partners, international partners. Next is the normal, is the process of co-creation. We identify the problems, the needs of our stakeholders, and also start to involve the TIGs. TIGs is the thematic interest groups that I presented previously. As I said here, we have here these 9 TIGs areas, So we try to identify for each stakeholder that are working with us what is in these thematic areas, the problems, the needs that they have. With TIGs, what is a TIG? For example, the TIG have different research, for example, for each university, each partner, and each research, teachers, students, and so on, they include different TIGs of different areas, and they work together to identify problems and to develop the solutions for the problems. Also, they work with Curriculum Lab and Challenge Lab to identify, for example, in Curriculum Lab, if we need to create a new degree, if we need to create a micro-credential, for example, and so on. So this, when we create a living lab, is not a co-creation idea, but also working with the competencies and so on that we can develop for our stakeholders. After this, in the meetings, we work with our stakeholders about the curriculum lab, it's the next step. You need to identify, for example, micro-credentials, the PhD level, for example, degrees, master, change our bachelor, our degrees to achieve the needs of the stakeholders. And for example, if one stakeholder needs some competence or some micro-credential, and this micro-credential is this, for example, in Netherlands? So we can connect our stakeholder with the teachers and the micro-credential in other university that they can use. So the idea here is to create or renew, for example, degrees, micro-credentials is our focus in this moment, design training programs for the companies, for example, or for municipalities. We are working with municipalities, for example, in this moment, to give up skills, okay, to do the update of the skills of the employees and the citizens and so on. So our idea is focusing this part. The next step is about the challenge lab, okay? So we identify the problem. Now we can identify here some kind of concepts or products that we can service, that you can develop in our research centers. For example, or in a research center from one partner, for example, for other country. So the idea here is not only to understand the problem, but as we have an alliance of 9 universities, maybe some problems or some products or services can be developed, for example, in other partners in Europe. It's not a problem for us. So this is the next approach of our living lab. After this, okay, we have the final phase is about the validation, the implementation and assessment, and this part is when we made the communication and dissemination of our products, services, and so on between the community and not only inside the alliance. Normally, we have in our website we have the problems, we have the living labs, and all the people, all the stakeholders that want to connect with us, connect by the website, and they can work with us. This is our methodology that we develop for our living labs. So we start with some basic concepts. It's about, okay, the definition of the scope and objectives, identify stakeholders and so on. And when we go for the phase of a concept of a new product and services, we go to the next step. So we can go to a new curriculum lab policies, okay, and we can develop, for example, new teaching and learning offers, and also you can go to the curriculum, the research about the future labs and so on, and you can develop, for example, new products, services, and so on. So here the idea is not only to develop the concept of new products, but also include the learning part, the curriculum lab, to offer the client everything that they need, okay? This is our methodology that we develop. About the final remarks about here, our mission, what we want for the living labs in STARS-EU, okay, is a different approach, not only focus on co-creation, but also in the part of the needs of the learning, and also about the challenge labs. With our labs, we can connect academy, industry, government, social enterprise, citizens, students, and so on, okay? So, a resume way. What is our strategy to involve the STARS-EU partners and the stakeholders? Okay, we have developed, okay, we will not, I don't have a lot of time, so it's only some resume about these topics. We try to connect our stakeholders with stakeholders in other parts of Europe. So our idea is, if a stakeholder here have a problem or a solution, we can try to find in some university of our partners if they have the same problem. If they have the same problem, we can work together, that we are doing now, and try to solve the problems for our stakeholders, connected with our partners or the other universities. Okay. Now, what we are developing? So I will present the living labs that we are developing in this moment, and in Bragança, in Portugal, but also in our partners in the Alliance. We have here, if you want to connect to go to this website, livinglab.ipb.pt, we have information about our living labs. In this moment, we are running 3 pilots of living labs. We have a pilot inside Macedo Cavaleiros. Macedo Cavaleiros is a municipality near a small city here near Bragança. Miranda do Douro is another small city, and Alfândega da Fé also the same. So we are developing these 3 pilots in this moment. In the first, we have 4 challenges. This we have 5 and 6 challenges. So here are the resume of our living labs that we are developing this moment. So our living lab, the name is Nexus for Future. Its focus, the main TIC area is the digital transition, but I will show that we have different areas and that we are working this moment. For example, this first one, we have one challenge is about digital transformation, sustainable industry, circular economy. The second is about arts and creative industry, and so on. So, as you can see, in each pilot that we have, this living lab, we have different TIC areas or thematic areas that we focus to achieve our main objectives. In the last month, we have hackathon also, about wood, where we work about digital transformation, entrepreneurship, sustainability, and industry and art. The main stakeholders that we have included in our living labs is, for example, in this first one is one municipality of Macedo Cavaleiros, companies, students from Portugal, students from Brazil, teachers from IPB and also from Brazil, and research also from Portugal, and other companies. In this last one, we have, for example, students and teachers from our partners for Albania also, and the next week we have also another activity where we have also partner students and research and companies from Netherlands and France. So the idea about our living labs is not a local living lab, but also an international, inter-regional and multi areas living labs. So our idea is not to focus only in our region, but also expand to other regions and collaborate with our partners in our living labs. For example, what we are developing this moment, IPB, we work with all the TIG areas, the 9 areas that I presented in the beginning. For example, Hans from the Netherlands are developing living labs about health engaging and digital transformation. For example, in France is about digital transformation. In Poland is about art, creative industries and living spaces. And for example, La Laguna in Spain, circular economy. In West Sweden, we have sustainability industry, and in Bremen, Germany, they are working in living labs about living spaces. So each partner have different living labs, and we work together and try. In this moment, we have companies, for example, stakeholders from Portugal that are participating in living labs in other regions and with our partners. For example, the hackathon that we develop here, we are now developing another activity about the hackathon about wood that we work with Germany, Bremen, and also with Hans from Netherlands. So the main objective of our living labs is try to connect all the partners because they have different ideas, but sometimes they have the same problems, and we try to solve the problem that already is tried to be solved in other part of Europe of our partners, so we can easily work with them. This is the main concepts about our Living Lab. The idea here, we focus only to finish this part, is about our idea that the Living Lab needs to be include these two parts, not only the co-creation but also the part of the new teaching and learning offers. Okay, when we develop a Living Lab, in this moment we create different micro credentials, we create different curricular unities and so on. So this is our focus and what we think that can be good for the regions and our partnerships. So in the resume way, this is our work about Living Labs, and if you have some ideas or if you want to work with us, it will be a pleasure. Okay, this is my email, you can send me an email. And maybe we can try to connect and get more information and work together with more partners, not only 9, but a lot more partners that can be included in our Living Labs, okay? So thank you very much. If you have any question, please tell me.
Can you hear me? Yes, Jean-Paul. Well, thank you very much, Jean-Paul. Fantastic, on time. And I have a question, because alliances are all specific and very different, and how is your relationship with your partners? Especially, you're making a big effort to, for what I see, of that your Living Labs are really alliance Living Labs and not just an addition of different universities, what it's happening at different universities. So you're really building from scratch something that is interconnected. And tell us a bit more about that experience. How is it working? And at the terms of the alliance, how is that supported by the coordination of the alliance? And how is that in terms of governments supported? Is that inside of a WP? Is something that the dynamics of the group allows? Tell us a bit more about that. How is that work program that you described? How is it supported and really, because to work, like we heard with Dana, sustainability is dependent on that support.
Yes. Inside the alliance, you have a model of governance that you have, for example, one kind of is a steering committee that control all the activities and so on. Inside the activity of Living Labs, we have main responsibles that are, for example, for Living Labs, the main responsible of this activity are IPV, Portugal, and also French Comté in France. And the first problem that you have in the beginning is, okay, how we can connect stakeholders from Portugal with stakeholders from France, for example, or Netherlands. First the problem was the language. Okay, normally our companies only speak Portuguese, and it's not too easy to put the companies talk in English to connect with the French or Albanian, something like this. It's not easy. So this was the first problem that we found. Okay, we solved this problem. Okay, when the company don't have any employee that can talk English, we, IPV, one teacher from IPV in English go and help this connection and try to translate the documents, and in the meetings try to connect the translation and so on. Next step that we had was, okay, every semester we have a meeting, a conference, and we try to take all the partners and stakeholders to the same place. And they talk in presential, not online, because online they don't create good connection and so on. When they go presential, okay, companies go to these conferences that we have with our partners, and they can talk and then can identify the problems, and then they start to work. This was the one problem that we had, but in this moment we are solving this part and is working very well. So in this moment we start to have this connection. We start this 2 years ago, but only in the last year we start to connect stakeholders and talk with the other. For example, municipalities is one kind of stakeholder that is very easy to connect with other municipalities from other countries. But when we talk about industry or companies, small companies, it's not so easy. But in this moment we are creating the links and the network, and it's working perfectly in this moment. For example, this Living Lab about wood companies, we connect now a company from Portugal, a company from Netherlands, and other from Bremen. Okay, they are working together to solve a problem that they have about some parts of how to construct and work with wood. Okay, so in this moment we are in better way, but in the beginning it was very hard to try to connect stakeholders from one region to other region. It's not easy, but we think that in next year will be fantastic.
Thank you, João. Great to hear. Great to hear that other alliances are also progressing, that they're so close, and at the end, at the European level, we're connecting, but we need also to make an effort to get our institutions closer to know what everyone is doing. That way we all connect, and that's the idea of having you around. I think if we don't have any... Yes, we do have a question. Maybe you can already come and do it from stage. Then that way we do, and I already ask, because João, what we're going to do now is a round table. So we have a question from someone that's going to come up, and I'll ask Claudia and Carla to also come up, and we'll sit down there, and we'll go on from that. Go.
Thank you for the presentation, and if I understood you right, the micro-credentials is a thing to enrich what you already do with the students, so they have extra courses to reach extra specification for special problems. So you create a new thing you can teach to the students, so they learn something that is crucial to the region where you live in.
So João, maybe I can help because in the beginning the sound wasn't great, probably you didn't hear. So yes. The question is, the new part is the micro-credential. So on the Living Lab, when you detect that there's something that is in between the problem and the solution, that you create a micro-credential as well to help that qualification. Is that correct? That's
yes. Not only for students, but it's true. Okay, when we identify a problem, for example, about wood. We identify that they don't have, for example, the employees of this company don't have competence about CNC, for example, design, AutoCAD, and so on. So we develop a micro-credential for this company in this moment, for the employees to learn to work with these competencies. And also for our students, for example, we have companies here that work with technology, IT, OutSystems and SAP and so on. So we develop some micro-credential for our students to, when they finish the degree, they have competencies to work in these companies. So we work on not only with students, but also with employees, with municipalities also. And we create the micro-credentials when we identify a problem about some kind of competencies.
Super, thank you. And to be on time, I think we're going to move on. João, again, thank you very much. We're in touch, and thank you for IPB to be present, and on behalf of EC2U, thank you very much. Now let's move on. Obviously, you can stay. I don't know. But then we move on to the round table. So we're going to do a bit of furniture moving and and we'll go on. Well, thank you very much, João. Okay, guys, so we're getting to the end, so I'm going to ask a bit of I'm going to, let's try to have fun and basically do the round table and have questions, what have we been here for? And I'm actually very happy to be able to have Claudia, Carla, and Gudrun to come up and give us a vision a bit on the living life perspective from outsiders, right? And I'll explain a bit better that, because let's come up, the three of you, if you don't be shy. And obviously, what I needed to introduce is Professor Santiago, which is going to lead the round table anyway. So I'm just going to, what's the idea, and then we'll get going. Thank you. So I'll So I'm going to explain you what the reason why you're here. Hello. Great. So the idea, on a perspective of a living lab, the feedback is always important, and it's always great to have feedback from people which are from outside. It's much better. It's much than the inside feedback. And the idea also that we're so lucky to have you, the three here, is that Gudrun, you came a bit to know what were living labs. You were no connection to the EC2U Alliance really, and you just wanted to find out what the event was like. And thank you very much and you've been listening to all of this. So the questions will guide you to say, well, what is this about, and what is the importance? Is there any real value to this? So that's one. Thank you very much for accepting that. And Carla, she's close, but in a way, their institute is not the university, is not even associated and linked, and she's been around. So what was the invitation? Does she find any value onto this? And Claudia, she's the first time that she's the university at Linz, but she's the first time that she's involved, and Linz is one of our earliest partners. So that's why, Santiago, we have three people which are a bit, so, ask them what has been this good for, and how we can improve or get better. And so, Santiago, lead us through this.
Okay. Thank you for introducing to the person in this meeting. Then the first question that we like to put in the table is the value of our network and the value of the network of the living labs. João spoke about the Star Alliance, but the first question for us is, with all experience that yesterday and today we can see, and all the experience of our EC2U project, finally, what is the value of our network regarding to the living labs? Okay, and probably you has a very good perspective from Linz, no? Okay,
from Aachen, yeah, they are.
Yeah, so from my personal experience and research, I think that the network has impact on how universities can improve on connecting with civil society and also other actors that are engaged in living labs. So I think this can have a bridge function, and also that the exchange between the universities will help to see what people need and where are the differences, the cultural differences, the local differences, and we can learn from that. So I think it's a good idea to exchange and collaborate with each other.
Okay. Then, Carla, you have...
Well, this is an interesting question, related to the value of living labs. Well, I really believe that we are in the time that we can change this way to work in living labs. Because this concept of living labs is not new. It comes from 2000, at least for MIT. And we have the opportunity for a small, I will say the small is beauty. It's like stop to talk, the concept, co-creations and funds, places, many things. That sometimes the easy way and the best way, the value of these living labs is like the name, laboratories, living laboratories, which means that we need to create something more close to our civil society, like arts. When we have arts, food, or these different specialities to try to engage with the real civil society, it's in these little moments that we really understand what is the value of these living labs. And as academic, as researchers, with these kind of activities, with the small, like I said, small as beauty, with these kind of activities, we can change our language. Because it's truly academic what we have in our universities, but we have now the opportunity to have these small changes and to, frankly, listening to our civil society in small activities in where we can have this kind of engagement for maybe found synergies, maybe found some real problems and real necessities, because if you talk about small farmers or whatever civil society persons, they don't really need to know what about the last scientific publication. They need to know, they want to resolve their problems, but it's impossible when we open our living labs. Obviously this is open, like an open innovation. We have our living labs. It's impossible that civil society comes to these places to talk about that. That's what we need to create other spaces, like simple but beauty, like arts, kids, or meetings to try to find synergies between us.
Thank you, Carla. You speak about all the themes or topics that we like to speak about. It's the same. And in your opinion?
Yeah, there was already quite a lot of said, so I think a network is always about learning from each other, right? So there are so many wonderful initiatives out there and so many different living labs initiatives, and so you can learn from each other by taking the takeaways from one initiative and to adapt it to your regional and thematic focus. So you don't have to start from scratch, but you can learn basically from other institutions and other initiatives, and that's a wonderful thing.
And you have the same opinion?
Well,
because this meeting...
none of the inside of that, and I think I would go further. Why we're doing this, okay, that's connecting, common learning, we can go from there, but then it's the same thing, right? Production of knowledge, getting common knowledge instead of the... But then how do we transfer that knowledge back? So maybe we can get more awareness or be more aware of the problems or be more aware of where the sectorial capabilities are. But then what are the tools that we have to really then go back and solve it? Because yes, we can make that's what, to put it in a bit of a figured sense. We have a mobility problem. Maybe we can build a wheel because we know where then. But can we really make the bicycle or make the car? And that's the idea. So, the idea of the discussion is that, okay, so we can network, we can know a bit better, but how can we go to the next step in terms of, like João Paulo was mentioning, I got 3 companies connecting on wood, and maybe that's the thing, and I actually built a micro-credential, and that was one of the questions, the micro-credentials are really not focused on students, are focused on people that are working, and that's but so I'm building on capabilities, but are really those then will get to the end? How do we support that? And so I think that's the purpose of this and networking, but then how do we get to that stage? I know it's a very difficult question, but anyway, since we're here, I know we've got bright minds, bright ideas. So.
Okay, and now I start with you, Carla. We can learn something about the best practice with all examples of 2 days here. We can we can have the opportunity to see the future and the possibility to transfer between us and the best practice of the case of that we seen yesterday and today.
Carla, the idea is, could you identify, or in any of you, were you able to identify a best practice here on all the days that you've been here? What is the best practice that we should incorporate or export or find something that can you identify that?
No, for sure. All our projects are an amazing experiences, because when you work with people, you work in different places, you deal with behavior, with cultural, with infrastructure, with many things around each place. And when you have a project with Living Labs, for sure you can learn from this experience to try to implement, maybe not the same solution, but maybe close. For sure, I think it's so important to see or to create the name of the European Living Labs, which is the recent European Networking Living Labs, which is that the main goal of this institution is to co-create a real network to see what is the real challenges and maybe barriers or improvements that you did in the past with these Living Labs, and try to get this not knowledge, but you maybe see these experiences to implement in yourself, in your project. For sure, networking is so important.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the good thing is that we have 2 ways of looking at the problem. So on the one hand, you have a focus on the local needs, which is the good thing, you can concentrate. And on the other hand, you can make your head up and see what is going elsewhere and maybe find a better solution of what you have ended so far. So you were stuck on that problem, and that is the good thing to see what others are doing, even if you don't adapt one of those solutions, but you will open your mind and get some ideas.
Yeah, in fact, there is not too many to add. I guess a major takeaway for me from these 2 days is to inspire yourself and from other initiatives, and to sometimes think big and I think it's also important as a university to start the dialogue with stakeholders outside from university to meet on level, so to open up and get other people involved.
Okay. Would you like to?
Best practice? No, I don't have. It's hard to pick one.
Yeah.
It's really hard to pick one. No, I don't. Yeah, no. Because I think there some living labs are really. So I really like the experience, for instance, from Panella, from that comes straight from policy downwards to results. So I really like that. So I think it was a really there's extraordinaries, but if I have to pick one, and it's actually so the European Commission actually is that it comes from policy up to the top level, that it goes on to a plan. It's a long-term plan, a 20 years something plan, and then it comes out on impact, which can be measured in economic terms or social terms or whatever terms they may be, but it's actually that it's transformational. And actually there's a few experiments in Europe that try to do this place-based transformation, and they're very slow, and you can see it's obviously slow, but it's not as effective. And I think that was one talk where I really saw some transformation of place transformation where it's most needed, which is territory, for instance. So I really like that best practice, for instance.
Okay. And the final question, I'd like to start with you, is the problems, okay? The barriers, and especially regarding to the fundings and funds for these living labs. But first, the barriers, institutional barriers, and the problems with the different stakeholders or different authorities. And second, the money, okay?
And what we experienced from our project, which took some principles of the Living Lab, was that we had to do quite a lot of work to explain ourselves, to explain the initiatives, to motivate, to participate. So there are certainly barriers you meet when setting up a Living Lab or a similar initiative, and it needs quite a lot of explanation and work to overcome those barriers and to highlight the positive things and the impact which can be created when going for a living lab or an initiative.
But is more difficult with the people or with the another side, the administration or companies, for example?
Yeah, I think it's a bit both. So there are regulations and frameworks in place, and sometimes it's not that easy to especially fit interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary projects within a university structure. And also funding is another problem. So many initiatives we have are project-based, and it's always a limited period of time, and it's then rather difficult to move beyond and to establish, to institutionalize your project or your initiative after the funding has stopped. So that is a problem, yes.
Okay. Now
is it
for speak about the fundings? Because always you speak about the problem, the central problem is the money.
Where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the money? Well, I don't want to be known with that. Without resources, but that's the thing. So with your question, I like your question. Is it more difficult with people or institutions?
Don't understand any.
The way I look to that is more difficult is understanding what drives both, what drives that people, what drives that institution, and I think that's the way you can deal, find that. Where is the money? And I think that's what Carl asked me. So for things to do things is that where is the money to do things? Well, most of the times it's not easy. Although, for instance, José Francisco here just said, well, if I bring you a spin-off, it's a red carpet. Yeah, but, the carpet doesn't do much. So I think that's it. It's multifactorial, and people, institutions, and money are not always in the same places and the same voices and on the same decisions. And the other thing is that some decisions are hard, easier or more difficult, but sometimes they're not made by one person. What happens is this is an ecosystem. A lot of things have to be aligned. A lot of decisions. For instance, here in Salamanca, the Abinova thing. A lot of different people, different institutions have to be aligned, and that is a lot of work. That it's on that vacuum of decisions. A lot of people have to be motivated and aligned for building that ecosystem. And then all of those three things, political, institutions, money, resources, then things happen.
Okay, but we are in an ecosystem, okay? But for you, the money is in the beginning, in the start, with the project, with the big project of research, or is in the end with the spin-off and another start-up or relation with the real economy?
Well, that's an economist. The money on the beginning, if you don't have a gasoline on the car, you don't get anywhere. You can have a nice car, the thing, it might well decide to go on a bike. The question is, you need enough resources to be able to multiply. So if you want to change, you obviously change for the better. If that better has to be moved, and that's where the money. When I talk about money and the things is that, well, on the end, to be able to change something, a system, an ecosystem, there has to be a little bit of willpower, let's say resources, to be able to change and multiply that. So if you want to have meals being delivered by a robot somewhere, or a Red Cross with a system, and that being implemented, someone has to do that front edge and getting some resources to that idea, and then keep it on and be able to sustain it until it gets to the real impact and changes people's lives. And I think that's where I think the states do it much better in that sense, because there is not such thing in the middle. They're more streamlined. Where's the result? And that's why I think it's the money being in the beginning or the end. I have wonderful discussions with Santé on this.
Okay. Now your vision from the Institute. Where is the money and where is the problems?
Where is the money? I don't know where. But in any case, for sure, the money is a big deal. You need like a gas for driving your car. However, when you work, especially with Living Labs, which is the main subject here today, you have now the opportunity to certificate your Living Labs. According to ENNOL, to this European Networking Living Labs, you have now the possibility to have this accreditation. This is like a certification. Is when your Living Lab accomplish many different indicators. You have this certificate for a real Living Lab in Europe, and with that, for sure, you can get more money. But the big deal here is it's just if we look only the money for this kind of experiences, maybe we've lost the focus. I really want to just in simple words to try to say that we have now the opportunity not only for looking more money for these Living Labs, it's now we need the opportunity to work with this society, because universities has the social responsibility to create this or to bridge this gap, or to try to reduce this gap between universities and societies. Because the idea is to use this research in a practical way to go to our needs, the real needs that our society has. And these living labs, it's possible to have money with this, like I said, certification. You have it's a simple steps that you have accreditation for these living labs, and then you can find a real money to support your ideas. But the main, in any case, the main goal now is work with the real needs of society.
Okay. And finally, you.
Yeah, so money is for sure a thing that we're all looking for. And yeah, on the one hand, I think it's a bit easier for universities to reach out for funding lines, and also when there is technique involved. So I think these issues are more easily to install a living lab. If it has a more social focus, it might be different. And I think this is also connected to political surroundings. So what is the aim of what do we want as a society that shall change? And I think the market and living wealth is always an aim that we are looking for. But yeah, we can also see that social interconnection is also very important, and that is a good thing that can be realized with living labs. So where people meet each other, where they exchange knowledge, where they learn from each other, where they can build alliances. So this is really a very, very good thing to get society as a whole on the way to transform. Yeah.
Yes. The value is more important than the money. Okay, we have 1 minute, no? Okay.
I guess this was
for the ask. For the question of, at last.
I don't need the microphone.
But online need to, okay.
And it's like a small question because you have done really good questions, Santiago. So
really.
If you have to describe living labs in one word, what word you will use?
Is that a question for all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also for you. If
okay.
They use 2 living labs.
Only one. If you can describe or what means for you living labs.
Just in one word.
One word.
Engagement.
Fun.
Impact.
Trust.
Transformation.
Thank you.
Great challenge.
Another question?
Time for food, right? Well, something. Let's close it. Well, so we closed the session.
Yes.
We closed the 2 days of work, and I think we have to appreciate everyone that came online, that was on site, that you were here. I think it was a great event. I think it ended well, on time. Everything was, everyone that was involved deserves a big clap of hands and congratulations. And I think it's a good step for EC2U and especially for us all involved. We're really happy that this ended up, and then we should go out and celebrate, and then, okay. So thank you very much, everyone.
And finally, I like to give the thanks especially to Jorge, okay, our Petis, and especially to you. Okay?
No.
Because
and the technical guys there, Ricardo, Ricardo there,
and the staff of the technical staff. But thank you very much, Ricardo, because if you are the person that is in the key place, and it's impossible to do this experience of the EC2U without you. Thank you very much.
Oh, welcome.
Okay.